So I'm just going to do this. Don't you leave it up in the presentation? You are now back up. Some people are missing what they like to do with their smartphone.
We told them many times they can't do that. We sent emails after emails, don't do that.
Even everyone knows that. They shouldn't do that. They should use laptops. But we cannot adapt it to a smartphone because most of the people they use smartphone.
بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله أما بعد. First of all, we just brothers and sisters, we just the Sheikh and the management would just like to apologize for our lateness. There was a mix-up and a bit of confusion. Last year we used to start these courses at 9 o'clock. So the Sheikh believed that the course was going to start at today's session was going to start at 9. So that's why he was a little late today. So please forgive us, and we sincerely apologize for that. There was a mix-up there, but inshallah we'll catch up on everything. Okay.
Him for us. What's his name?
Yes.
Oh, his background sounds.
So alhamdulillah, we're here today with Sheikh Anwar Abu Zaid, Dr. Anwar Abu Zaid. He's one of the teachers in the faculty here in the Haram. He's one of the teachers, and he's written many different books and authored many different books which are available in bookshops around Medina and in the book fair. He's written on different topics, but more so on topics of fiqh and qawaid al-fiqh, the principles and rulings that are derived for fiqh. So we're honored to have him here today. It's a great blessing. So jazakallah khair.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله ونسقه ونظمه وألقاه وسمعه وحضره. ونبدأ بإذن الله تعالى في موضوعنا. وقد علمتم أن لقاءنا يشتمل على عدة محاور فيما يتعلق بكلمة التوحيد لا إله إلا الله، وما يتعلق أيضا بمعنى محمد رسول الله وهذه شروط هاتين الكلمتين، وما يتعلق أيضا بأقسام وأنواع التوحيد، وكذلك ما يتعلق بأقسام وأنواع الشرك. وإذا أسعفنا الوقت أيضا ربما نتحدث عن بعض ما يتعلق ببعض أنواع البدع وأنواعها، قد نتعرض أيضا لمكانة السنة النبوية في الإسلام وغير ذلك إن شاء الله من الموضوعات من خلال طرح الأسئلة والمناقشات وورش العمل. ونبدأ على بركة الله.
So the Sheikh he began by praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and sending his peace and blessings upon the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then he began with the dua where he asked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless this gathering and to make it a gathering full of knowledge and benefit for us in this life and in the next. The Sheikh mentioned that this topic, today's topic will be on the kalimatain, of La ilaha illallah and Muhammad Rasulullah, its conditions, what it means and its conditions and what is expected for a Muslim who says this, what they're expected to believe and do. He also said that inshallah he may, if time permits, he will also try to touch on the subject of bid'ah and its first of all, and also to discuss shirk as well and the different types of shirk. And also, if time permits, he wants to discuss things such as bid'ah and the different types of bid'ah, and also the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ and its position and its place within Islam.
يدخل المسلم في الإسلام بلا إله إلا الله، وإذا ولد في بيئة مسلمة فإنه يكون مسلما بهذا الأمر، وإنما يحتاج إلى أن ينطق هذه الكلمة ابتداء حتى يدخل في الإسلام من لم يكن مسلما من قبل. أما المسلم بين أبوين مسلمين فهو مسلم بهذا المعنى.
So the kalima of La ilaha illallah is the word that a person, or is a statement in which a person enters into Islam. And that is for a person who is not a Muslim and then enters into Islam. However, if a person is born, he's a child and he's born to Muslim parents, then that person is automatically considered a Muslim because of his parents. He takes on the religion of his parents, so he automatically becomes a Muslim. However, a person, obviously, that is not a Muslim, that person enters into the religion of Islam with the kalima of La ilaha illallah.
فمعنى لا إله إلا الله هذا فيه نفي وفيه إثبات. لا إله هذا نفي، وإلا الله هذا إثبات. ننفي ماذا ونثبت ماذا؟ نحن ننفي العبودية عما سوى الله عز وجل. كل ما سوى الله لا يستحق العبودية. إذا ما الذي يستحقها هو الله، هذا هو الإثبات، إلا الله. فهذا معنى هذه الكلمة، وينبغي لمن يتكلم بها وينطقها أن يكون عارفا بهذا. سنأتي على شروطها إن شاء الله تعالى.
So what does this statement La ilaha illallah mean? It can be divided up into two sections. One that is known as nafi, which is negation, denying, and the other one is ithbat, affirming. So what is it? What are you negating and what are you affirming? What are you denying and what are you believing in? The denying part, or the negation part, is denying or negating anything that is worshipped besides Allah. Any God that is worshipped besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Any partner that is made with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or that is worshipped other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're denying all gods. And the affirmation, the believing, is to believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone has the right to be worshipped and that nobody else has the right to be worshipped except Allah. And so that's what every Muslim, when he says these words, that's what he should be believing in. He should know this, that when he says this word, that he is denying all gods other than Allah, and that he's denying all gods and has disbelieved and has negated all other gods besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And obviously this has conditions, and the Shaykh will mention that now.
وهذا هو الذي عناه إبراهيم عليه السلام عندما قال لأبيه وقومه فيما ذكره الله عز وجل في سورة الزخرف: وإذ قال إبراهيم لأبيه وقومه إنني براء مما تعبدون إلا الذي فطرني.
And this is what has come in the verse when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the verse when Abraham, he said to his people, verily, verily, I am free, or I am innocent with what you worship besides Allah. Meaning, I disbelieve, I do not believe, I do not agree, I am innocent with what you people worship besides Allah, and in a sense, I worship only that which what has come to me to worship Allah alone. What you might have to do is That's all right.
ويعني قول المسلم محمد رسول الله، أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله، هذا يعني معناه أنه يصدق بقلبه ما يقول بلسانه، فهو يقول بلسانه أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله، وهو يصدق بقلبه بهذا الكلام. لا بد أن يكون تصديق القلب مع قول اللسان. فقوله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أن يصدق بقلبه ويقول بلسانه هذه الشهادة، ومعناها أن محمدا رسول الله عبده ورسوله إلى الناس جميعا، إلى كافة الناس جميعا من الثقلين الإنس والجن.
Okay, and so now we go into the meaning of Muhammad Rasulullah and what that means. That entails that a person, when he says this, he believes in his heart what he says with his tongue. He believes in his heart what he says with his tongue, meaning that he says Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, and that he truly believes that in his heart. That he truly believes that in his heart. He makes tasdiq, which is to believe what his tongue is saying, and is to believe that he's the messenger of Allah, and that he's come with the truth, and that he's been sent. He's been sent to everyone. He's been sent to everyone, including men and jinn, mankind and jinn alike. That he's been sent to everyone, both jinn and mankind.
فإذا شهد المسلم أن محمدا رسول الله، وكانت شهادته هذه تعني أنه يقر ويصدق بأنه عبده ورسوله مرسل إلى الناس جميعا وإلى الخلق جميعا من الإنس والجن، إذا عرف ذلك وشهد به فإنه يجب أن يصدقه في جميع ما أخبر به، به من الأنباء السابقة والأنباء اللاحقة، وفيما يعني حل من الحلال وحرم من الحرام، وأيضا يلتزم سنته في السر والجهر، ويلتزم طاعته ويجتنب معصيته، لأن الله عز وجل قد أكمل به الدين، وهو صلى الله عليه وسلم ترك أمته على المحجة البيضاء ليلها كنهارها لا يزيغ عنها إلا هالك.
So to believe, so when a person says this kalima, La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, this also entails that a person, when that person says Muhammad Rasulullah, it tells certain things, and it's to believe in everything that he has come with. It believes everything, the person has to believe in everything that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has come with. So for example, he has to believe in the things that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has told us about the things that have happened in the past. For example, the stories of the prophets beforehand and the like. To believe in everything that the Prophet ﷺ, that has been revealed about the nations beforehand. And the things that will happen in the future, like on the Day of Judgment, etc. Also, to believe in the halal and haram and to accept it. To accept what the Prophet ﷺ has said in regards to what is halal and what is and what is haram, and to obey him in that. To obey him and to stay away from the things that the Prophet ﷺ has warned us to stay away from, and to do the things in which the Prophet ﷺ has ordered us to do. And this has come in the saying of the Prophet, the saying of the Prophet ﷺ, where he said, "I have left you on a straight path, a clear path, a white, very clear path." And so that, he's saying that this religion, he's made it very, very clear and very, very for us in regards to its rulings.
إذا نحن أقول إذا نطق المسلم بهذه الكلمة فلا بد أن يوفر شروطها، وهي لأنها مفتاح الجنة، والمفتاح يكون له أسنان. أي مفتاح ليس له أسنان لا يفتح لك الباب. فشروط هذه الكلمة هي أسنانها، إذا توفرت فتح لك باب الجنة. فما هي هذه الشروط؟ الشرط الأول العلم بها. عندما تنطق بها تكون عالما بمرادها، وقد تعلمنا الآن أنها نفي وإثبات. هذا هو العلم بها، أنها نفي وإثبات. نفي ماذا؟ نفي كل ما لا يستحق العبودية، وإثبات العبودية لله عز وجل. فهذا هو العلم، والمقصود بالعلم الذي ينافيه الجهل. قال الله عز وجل فاعلم أنه لا إله إلا الله.
So, what are the conditions of La ilaha illallah? What are the conditions of La ilaha illallah? La ilaha illallah is the key to Jannah. La ilaha illallah is the key to Jannah. But every key has, we could say, teeth, or has an engraving in it to allow a door to open. So, you know the curves on a key, what it's known in Arabic, they call them teeth. The teeth of the key. I think in Arabic, in English, you might call them the curves or the engravings on the key that make it different from other keys. So what are these teeth on the key? What are these things on the key to open the door of Jannah? What are these things? These things, as the Shaykh mentioned, are the 7 conditions, the 7 shurut, the 7 conditions that a person must have when he says La ilaha illallah. These are the 7 conditions that a person must have. And the first of them being is knowledge. It's knowledge. It's knowing and believing and knowing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the right to be worshipped alone. It's what we have just taken previously, just beforehand when we started the topic. It's knowing what this word, this statement means. It's knowing that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that there is no God that deserves to be worshipped or has the right to be worshipped except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
الشرط الثاني اليقين. اليقين هذا يعني ضده الشك، فيكون قائلها مستيقنا بهذه الكلمة يقينا جازما لا شك فيه، لا يعتريه شك ولا يعتريه ظن. فإذا دخله الظن أو الشك فإنه لا ينتفع بقولها، فلا بد إذا قالها أن يكون مستيقنا بمدلول هذه الكلمة أن المستحق للعبادة هو الله عز وجل يقينا، كما قال الله عز وجل إنما المؤمنون الذين آمنوا بالله ورسوله ثم لم يرتابوا.
So the second condition of the shahada is certainty, what is known as yaqeen. The opposite of that being doubt, shak, having doubts. So a Muslim, whoever believes, whoever says La ilaha illallah, he must believe with certainty that this is the truth. And that he can't have doubt in this. He can't have like any doubt or be suspicious that this is not correct. He has to be certain that this is the truth, that this is correct, that he really has to really believe that this is the truth. And this is where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, those people who believe in Allah and His Messenger and do good deeds, and then they don't have doubts. They don't have doubt. They stay firm. They don't go back on their words. They stick to the religion with firmness.
أيضا من الشروط أن يقبل هذه الكلمة، ومعنى أن يقبلها أي بقلبه ولسانه، أن يقبلها بقلبه ولسانه فلا يرد ما كان من لوازمها ومقتضياتها. كل ما كان من آثار هذه الكلمة ومن مطلوبات هذه الكلمة من واجباتها وغيره عليه أن يقبله ولا يرده. فإذا رد شيئا واحدا ولو قبل عشرات الأشياء ورد شيئا واحدا فهو لم يقبل هذه الكلمة بقلبه ولسانه. وعليه أن يكون قبوله بالقلب واللسان، يعني ليس باللسان فقط، هذا شأن المنافقين الذين أظهروا القبول ولكن بقلوبهم ما قبلوها. فلا بد أن يكون قبوله لها بالقلب واللسان.
And so the third condition of this, of La ilaha illallah is acceptance. To accept this and to accept everything that has come with it. To accept it and to accept everything that has come with it in regards to its conditions and its fruits and the things that it comes with. And this must be done with both the heart and the tongue. Because a person who just does it with his tongue, he'll be like a munafiq, he'll be like a hypocrite. So the person has to accept it with both his heart and his tongue, and he has to accept all of it and all that comes with it.
أيضا الانقياد يعني الإذعان، الاستسلام، وهذا ينافيه الترك. فإذا ترك الإنسان الشيء فهو لم ينقد له، وإذا انقاد له معناه أنه لم يتركه. والله عز وجل قد ذكر ذلك في القرآن بقوله تعالى: وأنيبوا إلى ربكم وأسلموا له. ومن يسلم وجهه إلى الله، هذا هو الانقياد. الاستسلام وعدم الترك. لا تترك هذه الكلمة بلسانك ولا بقلبك ولا في حياتك، دعها معك في جميع أحوالك إلى أن تموت وتدخل في قبرك وهي معك، وتلقى الله عز وجل بها حتى تفتح لك الجنة. فلا تتركها، بل انقد لها واستسلم لها. وهذا معنى قوله تعالى: وأنيبوا إلى ربكم وأسلموا له ومن يسلم وجهه إلى الله. والآيات في هذا المعنى كثيرة.
So the fourth condition is acceptance. The fourth condition is submission. Is submission to this, or a compliance. To comply or to submit to it wholeheartedly, fully, to submit to what this word means, to what it entails, in what it has come with. To submit one's face to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala completely. And this is why it has been mentioned in the Quran when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions the believers when He says that they submit completely to the face of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or meaning they submit to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala completely. This is the opposite of leaving it, or abandoning it. That's right. To abandon. No, they stay with it. They submit with it. They stay firm on it, and they comply with it. They stay with it, and they stay with it all throughout their lives. They stick firmly to it, and they stick with it until it meets them in their grave. And it comes to help them and aid them while they're in their grave.
الصدق عند قول هذه الكلمة، أن نكون صادقين فيها، أن يكون المسلم صادقا فيما يقوله من كلمة التوحيد. وهذا معناه أنه لا يكون كاذبا، فقلبه ولسانه مصدق بهذه الكلمة. والله عز وجل يمتحن الناس في صدقهم لهذه الكلمة، فيكون هناك فتن ومصائب وبلايا. هل أنت صادق في الصبر على ما أصابك الله عز وجل؟ هل أنت ثابت في الفتنة؟ إذا جاءت الفتنة واختلطت الأمور، فهل أنت ثابت على هذه الكلمة لا إله إلا الله، أو أنك يظهر كذبك بعد ذلك فتميل إلى أهل الكفر وإلى أهل النفاق وإلى أهل الزيغ والإلحاد؟ فمن مال إلى هؤلاء كان كاذبا فيما كان يقول. والمنافقون قد قالوها، لكن عند الامتحان والابتلاء والجهاد في سبيل الله ظهر كذبهم. قال الله عز وجل: ومن الناس من يقول آمنا بالله وباليوم الآخر وما هم بمؤمنين يخادعون الله والذين آمنوا. وفي آية أخرى: ألف لام ميم أحسب الناس أن يتركوا أن يقولوا آمنا وهم لا يفتنون ولقد فتنا الذين من قبلهم فليعلمن الله الذين صدقوا وليعلمن الكاذبين.
So the next condition is being truthful to it, and and staying firm and being truthful to the statement that you have said in regards to La ilaha illallah. And this is the opposite of being a liar or lying about it, and not being truthful about it. And this also comes under being patient in the times of fitna. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tests someone or tests the believers, He tests them to see if they're truly believers. And He has mentioned this in the Quran numerous times, when He has mentioned that do they believe that it's enough for them to say La ilaha, or is it enough for them to say that we have believed and that we will not test them? No, we have tested other people before them. And He's also mentioned that there are people who say we believe in Allah in the last day, but they don't really believe in Allah in the last day, and they seek to deceive Allah. They seek to deceive Allah in this, and they seek to deceive Allah in His Messenger in this. So here, what it means is the truthfulness in this and sit is meaning to really stay firm on this, to really believe in it and stay firm in the times of fitna, to stay strong and not to give up your religion in times of fitna, to be truthful, to be really truthful, and to really truly believe in what you say.
أيضا الإخلاص في هذه الكلمة يعني أنك تجعل هذه الكلمة خالصة لله عز وجل من جميع شوائب الشرك. أي صورة من صور الشرك تتركها، سواء كان الشرك الأكبر أو الشرك الأصغر أو أي شيء مما يتصل بهما، فتكون مخلصا لله عز وجل في قولك إياها، وتترك الأقوال الشركية والأفعال الشركية. قال الله عز وجل: ألا لله الدين خالص. والآيات كثيرة في هذا المعنى الذي يعني يدل على أن الإنسان يقول هذه الكلمة خالصا من قلبه. هذا معنى الإخلاص، تصفية هذه الكلمة من جميع يعني شوائب الشرك الأصغر والأكبر. نعم.
And the sixth condition is ikhlas, sincerity, being sincere to this word and leaving off all types of shirk, leaving off all types of paganism and polytheism and worshipping other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to leave it all off, to leave it and to disregard it and to deny it, to deny all of it that has been made apparent to us, whether it is from the major shirk or the minor shirk, that all of it is left off, and that sincerity and your worship is directed only to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
المحبة لهذه الكلمة والمحبة لله عز وجل ولرسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم، فهذا شرط لمن يقول هذه الكلمة، من يكون محبا لله ورسوله، محبا لكل ما يحبه الله ورسوله، يحب القرآن ويحب السنة ويحب العاملين بالإسلام ويحب المنقادين لهذه الكلمة، يحب أهل الإسلام، وبالمقابل يبغض الكفر وأهله، فما ناقض الإسلام فهو يبغضه ولا يعني يقبله. فهذا معنى المحبة، أن يحب الله ورسوله وأن يبغض ما سوى الله ورسوله. وقال الله عز وجل: ومن الناس من يتخذ من دون الله أندادا يحبونهم كحب الله والذين آمنوا أشد حبا لله. فالذي يدعي أنه يحب القرآن لكن لا يأخذ بالسنة هذا ليس صادقا. الذي يدعي أنه يحب الله لكن ما يحب الرسول هذا ليس صادقا. الذي يدعي أنه يحب الله ورسوله لكن لا يحب المؤمنين، يكره المؤمنين ويحب الكفار، هذا ليس صادقا. إذن هذا معنى المحبة، يحب هذه الكلمة وما حوته من حب الله ورسوله والقرآن والسنة والمسلمين، ويعني يوالي في سبيل الله عز وجل في هذه الكلمة ويعادي من عادى هذه الكلمة.
And the seventh condition of La ilaha illallah is to love it, is love and having love for it. And what that means is to love everything in which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves. To love everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves. To love the believers, to love the Quran, to love the Sunnah, to love the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to love everything that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves and everything that Islam entails. And the opposite of that is to hate everything that opposes this. To hate everything that opposes this. So it's not just that you love Islam and you love this kalima and you love the believers and you love the Muslims and you love the Prophet ﷺ. No, it also means that you hate everything that opposes it. That you hate and you have hatred in your heart, or you dislike everything that opposes it. For example, a person who says like a person who's an enemy of Islam or an enemy of Allah, you can't you also hate that person because he has hated Islam. And so it's not enough, as we said, it's not enough for a person just to say that they love Islam, that they have to love everything of Islam. They have to love everything which Islam has come with. They can't hate the believers and love the disbelievers, and they can't, say that they're a Muslim but they hate the Quran. No, he has to come with everything that he has to love everything that has come with Islam and with this kalima, and hates everything that opposes it.
نريد أحد المشاركين ليس بالحاضرين أن هذا السؤال موجه للذين هم هناك قسم النساء أن يعيد لنا هذه الشروط ولكن بشرط أن لا ينظر فيما كتبه هنا.
So the sisters, if we want to see if we want to test some of you now. So can some of the sisters or one of the sisters stand up and perhaps repeat the 7 conditions that were mentioned, but without looking at their notes. Without looking at their notes, can they repeat those conditions without looking at those notes? Sisters, is there anyone? The men?
Yes.
Okay, brothers. Sisters, did you hear me? Okay, is there anybody here from the men who would like to try? Oh, okay, wa alaikum salam. Okay, go.
First is knowledge.
Yes?
Al-ilm of its meaning. Second one is yaqeen.
Yes.
And third one, worshipping of Allah. Yani al-akhlaq. And fourth is
attendance.
1 minute.
You are reading.
Fourth is deed. Fourth is declaration of faith. And fifth is love of this kalama.
Yep.
And sixth one is in sixth is
That's enough.
truthfulness.
Okay. Thank you, sister.
And 7 is 1
Okay.
minute. A love of everything.
That it comes with.
Yes, action.
يعني بعض العلماء نظم هذا
أيوة.
في بيت
Okay.
قل هذا وأنا أقول بيت
Okay.
قل نظم قل هذا.
Okay. So there's like a piece of poetry that you can learn, or like something that you can a way to remember this through a piece of poetry that the sheikh will be able to recite to you now.
العلم واليقين والقبول والانقياد فدر ما أقول والصدق والإخلاص والمحبة وفقك الله لما أحبه.
I can't even, it's too quick, I can't translate that. But that would be too hard for me to.
I will translate it for you.
Okay. But it will lose its meaning once it goes into English. It will be difficult to.
It will on a PowerPoint. We'll give the PowerPoint.
Yeah, well, it will be online. You can't use everything online.
It's online.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Because you know it, يعرفوا
العلم واليقين والقبول
Knowledge, certainty or certitude and acceptance,
والانقياد فدر ما أقول
and being guided, والانقياد.
فدر ما أقول
So know what I know, what I say,
والصدق والإخلاص والمحبة
and the truth and sincerity and love.
وفقك الله لما أحبه.
May Allah guide you to what He loves.
Thank you دكتور Thank you. انت بعدين تسويها بالغرفة. نعم نعطيهم الترجمة اونلاين.
طب أنا سؤالي الإخوة
هلا
لا شك أن بعضهم قد سمع هذه الشروط وعرفها، لكن هل يوجد أحد لأول مرة تمر على مسامعه أو مثلا اتضحت له اتضاحات كثيرة بالنسبة لهذه الشروط في هذا المجلس؟ حتى نشجع يعني يرفع يده إنه استفادة كبيرة الآن من هذه الشروط. الحمد لله. جميل جميل. يعني ربما قد يعرف تعدادها أو يسمعها لكن ليس بهذا التفصيل. جميل جدا.
وليس كلها يعني.
أو ليس كلها. نعم.
عيد الله يرحم والديك يا دكتور. خلاص
So the Sheikh just wants to so the Sheikh just asked with in regards to these conditions that we just mentioned today, has anyone not heard of it before or has heard of it, but is this the first time that they've really listened to an in-depth detail about it, and have they benefited from this? Can they raise their hands? Okay, maybe. No, we just want to know if this is the first time.
I have a question.
I don't know if this is the time for questions. I don't know. Wallah, can he ask a question? Quickly.
Sheikh, if I say it in certainty with يقين.
Ask it in Arabic. Okay.
لو أنا عندي يقين في الكلمة، هل ده لا يتضمن الصدق؟ يعني أنا قلتها بيقين أنه لا إله إلا الله. أليس هذا يتضمن الصدق؟ يعني لماذا نفرد الصدق شرط واليقين قبله شرط؟
هو بالنسبة لليقين ضده الشك.
كويس.
وبالنسبة للصدق ضده الكذب. فيعني ممكن أن يكون واحد عنده يقين فيها يتيقن بقولها، لكن هناك إذا بالنسبة للكذب فهذا الكذب لا ينافي اليقين، إنه ينافي الصدق. ما معنى الكذب؟ معنى الكذب أنه يفشل في الاختبار. عندما يمتحن يفشل فيزيغ ويهلك ويمشي مع الخط الآخر، فهو قد يكون في وقتها قالها يقينا لكنه ما استطاع. أيوه. فيكون عنده مؤشر الصدق غير جيد.
So the question was, for those who didn't hear, the brother asked, what's the difference between yaqeen, certainty, and sidq, truthfulness? Aren't they the same? Aren't they the one and the same? So the Shaykh mentioned that no, in fact they are two separate things. Yaqeen, the opposite of it is having doubts, Where sidq, truthfulness, the opposite of it is lying or being deceitful. So there could be a person who has yaqeen, he could be certain of la ilaha illallah. Like he knows and he's certain that this is the truth, but in his heart he's lying. Like he doesn't really like follow through with it, and he doesn't really have that when he says it, he's really lying. Like he's not really following through with it and establishing it and implementing it. Okay, no problem. إذا تباع وأنا أشرح لهم. Do the sisters see this PowerPoint presentation up there?
They don't see it, but it's online anyway, so they'll see it later. It's already on the website.
كل عمل يعمله الإنسان لابد أن يتوفر فيه شرطان حتى يكون مقبولا: الإخلاص والمتابعة. الإخلاص لله عز وجل بحيث لا يكون هناك شريك في هذا العمل مع الله عز وجل، فيعمله لأجل الله. هذا معنى الإخلاص، وتكون النية صافية خالصة لله عز وجل. والمتابعة أي متابعة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم، الاقتداء بهديه والاقتداء به صلى الله عليه وسلم، والتأسي به صلوات الله وسلامه عليه. هذا معنى المتابعة. إذن لا يكفي أحدهما عن الآخر، حتى لا بد من كليهما حتى يكون العمل مقبولا. وهذا معنى قوله عز وجل: ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. أحسن، لم يقل أكثر ولا كثر. فالعبرة ليست بالكثرة إنما العبرة بالحسن، والحسن هو الإخلاص مع الإصابة. الإصابة يعني المتابعة، الإخلاص مع الإصابة، هذا حتى يقبل أي عمل تعمله لله عز وجل.
So any deed or any good deed that a person or a Muslim does, there are two conditions that are required from them to have this act of worship accepted by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The first being is to have ikhlas in it, meaning to do it solely for the sake of Allah, not to do it for anyone else, not to do it for another God, or not to do it for anything else. That when a person does this act of worship, that he does it for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone, and for nobody else. The second condition is to follow, to do it according to the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, as it has been legislated in Islam, and not to do it in another way, or in anything that hasn't been taught to us in Islam. And these two conditions go together, and an accepted good deed can't exist without the other. So a person can't do something according to the Quran and the Sunnah, but yet not have ikhlas. And a person can't do something with ikhlas, but not follow the Quran and Sunnah. These two things go together. And this is what has been mentioned in the Quran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned that He has tested us to see who are the best in good deeds. The best in good deeds. He didn't say the most. He didn't say akthar al-amala. No, He said ahsan al-amala. The best in good deeds, and not the most. Because for something to be the best or the most pure of deeds, it has to follow these two conditions. The first, it has to have ikhlas to Allah, and the second, it has to follow the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay? And so here what we have with this PowerPoint presentation here, you see ikhlas here, the translation is sincerity. But the next one here where it says in Arabic al-mutaba'a, the translation here is incorrect. Continue. That's incorrect. Okay, that might be a Google translation or something, I'm not sure. But it doesn't mean continue. What it means is to follow. To do it according to the Quran and Sunnah. To follow, when you do it, to follow the Sunnah. Doing it.
And I think the Arabic word as well, it should be اتباع وليس متابعة. الاتباع.
العربية تحتملها كلها.
Yeah, it can. Yeah. So here the translation is wrong. It means to follow, to do it or according to the Quran and the Sunnah.
Follow the example.
Or to follow the example. Yeah. Oh yeah, to follow the example that has been legislated to us.
Role model.
هذا النموذج. كل الأجزاء هذا النموذج. هذا النموذج.
To follow the example. Yeah. To follow the example. Okay.
فكلمة لا إله إلا الله هذه معناها التوحيد. والتوحيد قال أهل العلم هو توحيد في الألوهية وتوحيد في الربوبية، يعني ينقسم إلى قسمين، توحيد في الألوهية وتوحيد في الربوبية. بالنسبة للمسلم هو توحيده يشمل الاثنين بدون أن يستحضر هذا التقسيم، فهو يوحد الله عز وجل في ألوهيته وفي ربوبيته وفي أسمائه وصفاته، حتى لو كان جاهلا بهذا التقسيم هو بفطرته يوحد الله عز وجل بهذا الكلام. لكن نحن فقط نقسم من باب التوضيح لا غير، من باب التوضيح لا غير. فأول هذه الأقسام توحيد الألوهية.
So now we're going to take on the categories of Tawheed. To take on the categories of Tawheed. And the ulama have put the categories of Tawheed into two. Uluhiyah and Rububiyyah. The first one being Uluhiyah, meaning the right of worship, to direct the worship to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. To accept the right of Allah to be worshipped alone. And Rububiyyah is to accept that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator, that He exists, that you believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He is the creator of everything and the sustainer. And these two categories, every Muslim believes in them. Every Muslim believes in them, whether he knows of these categories or not. Every Muslim knows this and believes in this. Whether he knows of these two categories or not, he believes in it. And that just comes with his normal fitrah, the way that he is, the way that he's been born and the way that he's grown up, that he believes in this, whether or not he knows of these categories or not.
إذا جعلت الله عز وجل واحدا في جميع عبادتك فهذا توحيد الألوهية. إذا جعلت الله عز وجل واحدا في جميع أنواع العبادة أي نوع من أنواع العبادة، الصلاة والزكاة والصيام والحج وبر الوالدين وأعمال الخير وأعمال القلوب من الخشية والمحبة والرغبة والرهبة، أعمال الجوارح كلها، أعمال القلوب، هذه العبادات التي تتعبد الله عز وجل بها. إذا جعلت الله واحدا فيها بمعنى أنك لم تعملها إلا له عز وجل وأخلصتها في هذا، فهذا هو توحيد الألوهية، لأن الألوهية معناها العبادة، الألوهية معناها العبادة، فسمي هذا التوحيد الألوهية توحيد العبادة لأجل هذا المعنى.
So, what does uluhiyah mean? Uluhiyah means to make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala one in all of your worship. Meaning to direct Allah all your worship to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone in your worship. So what does uluhiyah mean? Uluhiyah means worship. And it means to worship Allah alone in all acts of worship that you do. Whether it's the worship of the things that you in your heart, or goodness to your parents, or the things that you do with your tongue, or the things that you say with your tongue, or the actions that you do with your lips, your prayer, the goodness to your parents, anything that you do in regards to worship that is for Allah, this is and it is for Allah alone, then this comes under the worship under the category of uluhiyah.
هذا النوع من التوحيد هو الذي جاءت به الرسل وأنزلت لأجله الكتب، وهو الذي نازع فيه المشركون أنبياءهم، نازع فيه المشركون الأنبياء الذين أرسلوا إليهم، وحصلت النزاعات والخصومات في هذا النوع من التوحيد.
So this category of tawheed, to make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala one in worship, to worship Allah alone, is the message that all prophets and messengers came with. It is the message that they all came with. They didn't come to teach people about the existence of Allah, about the rububiyyah. No, they came with uluhiyah. They came to teach the people and to give da'wah to the people that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala should be worshipped alone. And this is what caused the conflicts and the problems and the fighting with the mushrikeen, the other people. This is what caused battles and disagreements and fighting. It was this particular category of tawheed that the prophets and messengers came with, and this is what they did, and this is what they called to, and the resistance that they faced, the opposition that they faced, was because of this category of tawheed.
حتى تسأل نطلب من النساء هناك أن يذكروا آية أو آيتين تدل على توحيد الألوهية.
Okay, sisters, is there any sister out there that can give us a verse in the Quran, an ayah from the Quran that speaks about Tawheed al-Uluhiyah, the verses of Tawheed or monotheism in worship?
بالنسبة لتوحيد الربوبية نعلم أن المشركين يعني كان عندنا
سنأتي عليه سنأتي ما
خلاص
طيب
لا خلاص طيب لا أقصد قصدت أنه كذلك الرسل عليهم السلام أكدوا الاثنين لأن بعض الناس ما عندهم توحيد الربوبية كذلك.
أيوة هو هذا سمعت عنه بس أنا حبيت المعلومة هذا شيء.
طيب
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام sister.
Does قل هو الله واحد come under the category of uluhiyah?
إيش الآية اللي ذكرتها؟
Yes, sister, yes, it comes under the category of us, the Sheikh. He says it comes under the category of uluhiyah, yes. Is there another one?
كل الآيات
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
الله لا إله إلا هو توحيد الألوهية.
Very good, very good. Yes. So, yes, you're correct, sister. The Sheikh was very happy, and he said, why is this? Because this kalima here, what does La ilaha illallah mean? It means La ma'bud bihaq illallah. So here you're saying, it is uluhiyah, it's worship, because you're denying anything else that is, all the false gods, and you're denying anything else that is worshipped other than Allah, and you're affirming that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the right to be worshipped. So this, yes, it is an ayah of uluhiyah. And then Shaykh mentioned anywhere in the Quran that speaks about Allah's right to be worshipped, or that he deserves to be worshipped, alone and orders that he should be worshipped alone, then this is an ayah or this is a verse that refers to uluhiyah.
يعني إذا خلاصة توحيد الألوهية اللي هو توحيد العبادة أنه يتعلق بفعل العبد، أن تجعل فعلك لله وحده، فعلك أنت، يعني أن توحد الله بفعلك.
So here, this category of tawheed is in direct relation to the actions that the slave does, not just their belief. The actions that the slave does, the things that he does. And what he does is when he worships Allah, when he actually worships Allah, that he worships Allah alone, that he doesn't worship Him with anything else.
وتوحيد الربوبية النوع الثاني من نوع التوحيد هو توحيد الربوبية، هو أن تجعل الله عز وجل واحدا في أفعاله هو سبحانه، في أفعاله هو سبحانه.
So here, when a person, the belief in rububiyyah is to believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's actions, in His actions. Okay, so we see the difference here. The first one is the first one is for you when you do actions. When you do the actions, that you're doing it to Allah alone, that you are making Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala one in your worship. So when you worship Allah, you worship only to Allah. Your actions are solely for Allah. But rububiyyah is to believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whatever Allah does is one. So not believing in two gods in the sense that there's two creators, or there's two sustainers, or there's two people that there's like a God for good and a God for evil. No, it's believing that whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does it as one. That He's the one creator, that He's the one sustainer, that He's the one giver of life, that He's the one that's all living, the one that's all internal. So that's what it means in rububiyyah. Yeah, all encompassing, yes.
وأفعال الله عز وجل التي ينبغي أن نجعله واحدا فيها هي يعني كثيرة، ومنها أنه مالك هذا الكون وخالقه ومدبره والمتصرف فيه، لا يتصرف في هذا الكون إلا هو سبحانه وتعالى، ولا يدبره إلا هو، ولا خالق إلا هو، ولا مالك إلا هو. فهذه أفعال الله عز وجل: الملك، الخلق، التدبير، التصرف، هذه الضر، النفع، هذه وأمثالها هي من أفعال الله عز وجل التي ينبغي أن يكون فيها واحدا.
So from some of the actions that we know of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in His rububiyyah is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the king, He's the malik of everything, that He's the king of everything, that He's the one that has created everything.
One can honor.
Or the owner, or the king, or the owner of everything. Yeah, He owns everything. He owns the universe. He owns the creation. That He created the creation. That He created all of it. That He is the one that manages it. He manages it. He keeps it in order. That he spends on it. Like He gives it sustenance and He gives it risk and its wealth. That He sends it down. All of this is part of the rububiyyah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to believe in what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does.
وهذا توحيد الربوبية بأن تجعل الله عز وجل وحده في أفعال، هذا لم ينازع فيه أحد من الناس من أتباع الأنبياء، والأنبياء لما جاءوا إنما دعوا الناس للنوع الأول لأنه هو الذي فيه النزاع وخاصم الناس فيه. أما هذا النوع فذكره الله عز وجل في القرآن لكي يقرر به النوع الأول. ما معنى هذا؟ يعني إذا كنت أيها المشرك تقر أن الله عز وجل واحد في ملكه، واحد في خلقه، واحد في تدبيره، فهو أيضا واحد في عبادته. لما جعلته واحدا هنا ولم تجعله واحدا هنا؟ هذا لا يقره عقل ولا فطرة ولا نعم.
So this the category, the first category that we took, which is known as uluhiyah. This is what all the prophets and messengers came with when they came to give da'wah to the people. The people always accepted, the mushrik always accepted the rububiyyah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They always accepted that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was one in His actions, that He was the creator, that He was the owner, that He was the king, that He was the sustainer. They believed in this with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the arguments and the khasam and all these the fighting and the arguments and the rejection of the prophets came because of the first category of uluhiyah. So when the messages they came to these people, they would give them this argument. They say, well, you have made Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala one in his actions. You have made him one in the sense that you have said that he's the owner, that he's the one, that he's the creator, that he's the sustainer. So then why don't you make him one in your worship? You've accepted him in his rububiyyah, that he's one in his rububiyyah. So why don't you make him one in uluhiyyah when you make worship of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Okay, and so is there any proof that, you know, some from the Quran and Sunnah that anyone here can use and say that proves this last point? That the point being that when the prophets and messages came, they called the people to uluhiyyah, and the arguments that they had with the mushrikeen was over uluhiyyah and not rububiyyah.
أجعل الآلهة إلها واحدا إن هذا لشيء يعني جعل الآلهة إلها واحدا أليس كذلك؟
هذا توحيد ايش؟
الألوهية.
الربوبية.
Sorry.
ولئن سألتم من خلق السماوات والأرض.
Okay. So is there any verses here that we can sorry, this is my mistake. Any verses in the Quran that we can use about the rububiyyah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Sorry.
قل من رب السماوات.
ولئن سألتهم وقالت هذا يقرأون عليه ولئن سألتهم من خلق السماوات يقولون الله.
Yeah. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, and if you ask them, or had you asked them, who created the heavens and the earth, they would surely say Allah. So this goes back to, again,
actions.
So yeah, it goes back to the actions of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It goes back to that argument between the prophets and the mushrikeen, when the mushrikeen rejected the uluhiyyah, but this shows that they accept the rububiyyah, that they accept the actions of Allah. Because when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and had you asked them, or if you asked them, who created the heavens and the earth, they would surely say Allah. So this shows how the mushrikeen believed that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was the creator of everything, and they had rububiyyah and they had tawheed in his rububiyyah and his actions, but they didn't have the tawheed in uluhiyyah.
وإذا مرضت فهو يشفي.
الله الذي خلقكم ورزقكم ويميتكم ثم يحييكم كله ربوبية.
So one brother he mentioned here about, you know, they've said, and if I'm sick, it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that cures me. And the Shaykh mentioned that he is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that has created, that he's the one that gives life, that he's the one that gives death.
والآن عندما تقرأ القرآن سيتضح مدى فهمك للربوبية والألوهية بالشرح.
So one brother mentioned a verse in the Quran about had there been more than one God, then you would surely.
الآن الأسماء والصفات أسماء الله والصفات هي من الألوهية أو من الربوبية؟
So the question here is, we also know there's a category called Tawheed Asma' wa Sifat. Is Tawheed Asma' wa Sifat from Uluhiyyah or Rububiyyah? Which one do you believe? This is a question for everyone. Which one do you believe that Asma' wa Sifat comes from? Does it come from Uluhiyyah or does it come from Rububiyyah?
يقول هذه إجابة.
Okay.
Is it a separate part?
يعني واحد يقول هو مفصل يعني لها قسم ثالث الأخ هنا.
هذه إجابة تمام. عندنا إجابتان. في إجابة
أو الربوبية.
And one says
إجابة أنها ربوبية فقط.
الخالق الرازق.
فالأسماء والصفات أنسب
للربوبية.
طيب هذا ثلاث إجابات.
He's asking, so we've heard of, he said we've all heard of Tawheed Asma' wa Sifat. So this category of Tawheed, where has it come from? Does it come from Rububiyyah or does it come from Uluhiyyah? And some brothers have said it comes from both. One has said that it's from its own, it has its own category. One brother has said it's from Rububiyyah.
Is he asking
derived from, or what is it related to?
No, I think it says what is it a part of? What is it a part of? Is Asma wa Sifat part of Uluhiyah or is it part of Rububiyyah? Okay.
هو يعني بالنسبة لأنواع التوحيد كلها متصل بعضها ببعض. هذا يستلزم هذا وهذا يتضمن هذا. فغالبا ما يكون الربوبية مع الأسماء والصفات، ويسميه العلماء توحيد المعرفة والإثبات. توحيد المعرفة والإثبات. فبعض العلماء تجده يقسم التوحيد إلى قسمين فقط. المعرفة والإثبات هذا قسم، وألوهية هذا قسم. وبعضهم يقول 3 أقسام، فيقول ألوهية وربوبية وأسماء وصفات. كما تلاحظون نفس التقسيم، ما في فرق، فقط من باب التوضيح، زيادة التوضيح. فلما نقول معرفة وإثبات، معرفة الله عز وجل بأسمائه وصفاته وإثبات العبادة له، فهو نفسه. لكن ألصق الربوبية ألصق بالأسماء والصفات من حيث أن الله عز وجل هذه الأسماء ربى بها عباده، والناس تعرفوا على الله بأنه خالق رازق من خلال هذه الأسماء والصفات، فهو ألصق به. وإلا فجميع أنواع التوحيد هي متصلة بعضها ببعض، إما هذا أكبر من هذا فيدخل فيه متداخلة تعبوا عنه بها. الألوهية يستلزم الربوبية يتضمن الألوهية.
Okay. So he's saying that Uluhiyah overlaps Rububiyyah. It encompasses Rububiyyah, and Rububiyyah is inside, or it is also a part of Uluhiyah as well. So 2 of them are all like the same. And also, as the Shaykh mentioned, that another way of explaining it is that you can say that La ilaha illallah is ma'rifah wa ithbat. It's ma'rifah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his ma'rifah meaning knowledge. So acknowledging Allah and acknowledging His names and His attributes and everything with it. And then the ithbat is actually implementing it, worshipping Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with these names, with this knowledge, knowing this. So this is where it has come with. So why sometimes the ulama have made it, the scholars have made it into a 3rd category. This is only done to make the subject clearer, to make it more clearer and to make it easier for people to understand and to make it clearer. Okay?
لكن سؤالي يا دكتور، توحيد الأسماء والصفات أليس في الأسماء والصفات من توحيد الألوهية وتوحيد الربوبية؟ فهي تتضمن توحيد الألوهية وتوحيد الربوبية.
نعم لكن الأقوى من حيث الألصق والأقرب فقط يميل إلى الربوبية فقط.
أفعال الله من ناحية أفعال الله.
كيف يكون توحيد الله عز وجل بأسمائه وصفاته؟ أن نسميه بما سمى به نفسه أو سماه به رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم، ونصفه بما وصف به نفسه أو وصفه به رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. هكذا يكون توحيد الأسماء والصفات. ولله الأسماء الحسنى فندعوه بهذه الأسماء والصفات التي هو سمى بها نفسه وسماه بها رسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم، ندعوه بهذه الأسماء.
So the Shaykh mentioned, what is meant by Tawheed, Asma wa Sifat, monotheism, or making Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala one in His names and His attributes. Here it means to believe and to accept and to acknowledge the names and attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that He has described Himself with. To believe in what He has described Himself with, and to accept those names and attributes that He has described Himself with, and or what the Prophet ﷺ has described Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with. So those names and attributes that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has described Himself with, the Muslim accepts those. And those names and attributes that the Prophet ﷺ in his Sunnah has affirmed and mentioned in the Sunnah, then the person, the Muslim, he affirms those names and attributes as well. So inshallah now we will go on to shirk and shirk al-akbar, the major shirk.
ضد التوحيد الشرك، ضد التوحيد الشرك. وقسم العلماء الشرك إلى نوعين أيضا، شرك أكبر وشرك أصغر. فالذي عنده خلل في التوحيد قد يكون الخلل في أصله فيقع في الشرك الأكبر، وقد يكون الخلل في كماله فيقع في الشرك الأصغر.
So now we're going to so now we're going to go into the what is the opposite of Tawheed. Now we're going to go into what the opposite of Tawheed is. And what's the opposite of Tawheed? It's shirk, which is translated into polytheism or paganism. It's the opposite of Tawheed. And Tawheed, shirk can be divided into two categories. Can be divided into two categories. One being shirk al-akbar, the major shirk, and the other one being a shirk al-asghar, the smaller shirk, the smaller type of shirk.
Can we say minor?
Minor? Yeah, sorry, it's minor or smaller.
ما هو الشرك الأكبر؟ هو أن يتخذ العبد من دون الله عز وجل، أن يتخذ من دونه ندا يسويه برب العالمين. أن يتخذ من دون الله ندا يسويه برب العالمين. فمثلا يحبه كحب الله، يحب هذا الند كحب الله. فكيف إذا كان يحب هذا الند ولا يحب الله؟ إذا كان يحب هذا الند كما يحب الله هذا شرك أكبر. فكيف إذا فرضنا أنه أحب ندا وهو لا يحب الله؟ يعني هذه مسألة أعظم. فكل هذا من الشرك الأكبر. إذن اتخاذ العبد من دون الله ندا يسويه بالله. فيسويه بالله في ماذا؟ في المحبة كمثال، يسويه في المحبة. فهو يحب هذا الند كحبه لله. ونجد بعض الناس يحب الند وهو لا يحب الله. فهذا من الشرك الأكبر والعياذ بالله المخرج من الملة. مثال آخر غير المحبة الخشية، أن يخشى هذا الند كخشيته لله، وأن يدعو هذا الند كدعائه لله، أن يخاف من هذا الند كخوفه من الله، أن يتوكل، أن يرغب، أن كذا من هذا الند كما. فهذه كلها من الأشياء التي لا يغفرها الله إلا بالتوبة، إلا بالتوبة. فإذا مات الإنسان عليه مات على الشرك الأكبر والعياذ بالله الذي يخلد صاحبه في النار. فهذه التسوية خطيرة جدا، مع أنه لم يخلها كما رأينا، لم يخلها من محبة الله ومن خشيته، لكنه وقع في محبة غيره. يعني واحد يقول أنا أحب الله، لكن ما هي مشكلته؟ أنه يحب غير الله معه. محبة تقتضي العبادة، محبة تقتضي العبادة، وليس المحبة الطبيعية أو المحبة العادية، لا، المحبة المقتضية العبادة. نفهم هذا جيدا. قد يقول قائل طيب أنا أحب الله وأحب الولد، أحب الله وأحب المال. نقول المقصود المحبة المقتضية للعبادة التي تصرف عبادتك لها لهذا الند، التي تجعلك تصرف العبادة لهذا الند كما تصرفها لله. نعم، فأنت تدعو هذا وتدعو هذا، وتخشى هذا وتخشى هذا. فهذه هي المحبة التي سويت بها بين المخلوق والخالق تكون شركا أكبر.
So what is major shirk? What is major polytheism or paganism? And that is to make to make a partner, a nid, which means a partner with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in your worship. To make something a partner with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in your worship. To make a partner with Him, to give Him an equal in this. And this can come in many different types. The first type that the Shaykh mentioned is love. And as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, they love their gods as though they love Allah, or as they love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Meaning they have in their love, in the type of love which is a worship, they have taken on another partner with Allah. They've given Him an equal or a partner with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is a type of shirk here, because you have taken on in your love of Allah, in your worship, which in the type of worship is a love, you've taken on a partner. The other types of worship that people fall into, for example, is fear of set up something where they fear this thing as they should only fear Allah. Another thing is making dua with something that only they should make dua to Allah alone. They should only make dua to Allah alone. So they make dua to something else. And this dua, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only had the right to this dua. And they've made a partner with Allah by worshipping this and making dua to it. Another thing is, for example, tawakkul, having trust in something other than Allah, making a partner in Allah with this, having trust in something else other than Allah. And this thing here, this shirk, nothing can receive the forgiveness, nothing can, can forgive the person of this except that they make tawbah, that they repent to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And if a person dies on this shirk al-akbar, if they die upon this, then they're in the hellfire forever. So it's a very, very serious issue. That if a person dies and he's a mushrik and he commits shirk al-akbar, then this person is in the hellfire forever. And this person, if a person is while he's alive, he wants to leave this and leave this off, then he's required to leave this and to make tawbah. So the Shaykh asked, for example, in regards to love, for example, what kind of love is this? It doesn't mean the natural type of love. No, like for example, somebody says, I love Allah and I love my children. No, there's nothing wrong with that. What it means here by loving other than Allah, or loving the gods or false gods other than Allah, it means that in worship. So for example, you have a certain love for your Lord. That should only be directed to Allah alone, not to any other type of gods or deities. That should be only directed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. But to have natural love where you love your children and you love your mother and you love your family, this is something different. This is not in worship. So these things, it's important to clarify that these are the things that are done in worship. Fear. When you have fear of Allah, when you have fear of something, you can have fear, you can be scared of a lion or a tiger or something without a doubt. But there's a type of fear that only comes in worship. And all these types of things, whether it's dua or fear or love, should only be directed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and not to anything else besides Him. So, yeah. Is there any, so in regards to this, does anyone have any ayat or verses from the Quran that they'd like to share that proves this? So, yeah, is that correct? So the brother mentioned those who have believed have the most love for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah. Yeah. So if so the brother mentioned if your brothers and your fathers are more beloved to Allah and His Messenger, is that the one? Yeah. And the sisters, is there anyone from the sisters that have sisters, does anyone have a verse that they'd like to share?
بس لا تعطي المعنى خاصة
The verse إن الله لا يغفر أن يشرك به ويغفر ما دون ذلك لمن يشاء.
صحيح هذا يعني الشرك الأكبر نفس الآية. لكن نريد المعنى فيها التسمية ند كما الآية قالوا للناس يتخذوا من دون الله أندادا يحبونهم كحب الله.
So it's very good. The verse that you given is very good, but he's what the Shaykh is looking for is an ayah where it speaks about the partners that have been taken up with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
طيب نوسع السؤال.
Okay.
فيكون الآية اللي فيها المحبة. نحن ضربنا أمثلة المحبة وخوف وكذا. فأي آية فيها الخوف؟ مع الله. خوف غير.
The verse in Surah Al-Nur.
Yeah. So is there any verses, for example, that you know of where the people they fear other than Allah, where Allah
in
subhanahu
Surah Al-Imran, إنما ذلكم الشيطان يخوف أولياءه فلا تخافوا وخافوا إن كنتم مؤمنين.
MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Very good, sister. Very, very good. Very, very good. MashaAllah. Very, very good.
إذن قال الله عز وجل ومن الناس من يتخذ من دون الله أندادا يحبونهم كحب الله. وقال الله عز وجل إنما ذلكم الشيطان يخوف أولياءه فلا تخافوهم وخافوه. فمن يخاف غير الله معه ومن أحب غير الله معه محبة تقتضي العبادة وخوفا يقتضي أيضا خوف من الشريك بما يؤثر على العبادة. كل هذا من الشرك الأكبر والعياذ بالله. ولذلك قال الله عز وجل في شأن المشركين يوم القيامة أنهم يعني يخبرون أنهم كانوا في ضلال مبين بسبب ماذا؟ قال إذ نسويكم برب العالمين. في أي شيء سووه برب العالمين سووه بماذا؟ قال إذ نسويكم برب العالمين، فاستحقوا النار ودخول النار لأنهم سووا غير الله معه. السؤال في أي شيء سووا رب العالمين به؟
So here when we're talking about when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned the mushrikeen on the Day of Judgment, He will mention how in their affair and their condition on the Day of Judgment, they will say that they took up partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the Shaykh has asked, so what have they taken up partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in? What types of worship? What have they done for them to have this condition on the Day of Judgment? And they say that when it's been said to them, you took up partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What are some of the acts of worship they've done? Anyone got a question here? Yeah, very good. So they worshipped or they made dua to these idols as they should have, or as they did to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
I have a question, Sheikh. A lot of people these days, they actually invoke Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam when they're making dua. They're invoking, asking for things. So how do you differentiate between asking Allah and whatever?
So what he's saying is that those people that I asked him, he says, what those when these people they make dua to the Prophet ﷺ, if they're asking the Prophet ﷺ, then this falls under this. It falls under.
It's out of love because their love is like.
They say هو من حب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم.
وهكذا قيل المشركين لماذا تدعون؟ قالوا نريد شفاعتهم فقط. فقال الله عز وجل ونكون في شفعاء ونعبدهم ليقربوا إلى الله زلفى.
So that's what he says. He says this falls under shirk al-akbar. This falls under worshipping other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he said this is also mentioned in the Quran when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed in the Quran, when the mushrikeen ask, why do you worship these false gods? They say, we only worship them to gain closeness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, only because we want to get closer to Allah. It's out of love of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we worship these things. But obviously this wasn't. Yeah. That's right. So if the people really love the Prophet ﷺ, they would do it as the Prophet ﷺ said, and not do the opposite and worship partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
هل يمكن يقول هل يمكن أن يكون معنى نسويكم برب العالمين أي سووهم في أنهم يخلقون في هذا الكون أو يضرون وينفعون أو يرزقون؟ هل يمكن أن تكون التسوية في هذا المجال؟ ممكن يكون التفسير هكذا ولا ما يمكن ولماذا؟
So when it comes up, we go back to the verse when the mushrikeen mentioned, or will mention on the Day of Judgment, we only when they worship other than Allah. Can it be said that they meant no, we only can it be said that we only mentioned them? So Afwan, you should talk about السؤال هل يمكن يفسر التسوية الخلق الخلق والرزق والتدبير So the tafsir of this, can it be said that here this incorrect thing that they've done when it's mentioned on the Day of Judgment, can the tafsir of this verse, can it mean that they didn't believe in Allah in the sense of that He's the creator and that He's the sustainer and He's the one that gives life and death? Is that what is it possible to come up with an explanation like this or a tafsir for this verse like that? Can we use this as an example or not? Can the sisters answer that?
هل يمكن ولماذا؟ أجبت تعجب.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, because I didn't make it clear. So on the Day of Judgment, the people will the mushrikeen who have worshipped other than Allah, they will say, it's going to be said to them, you worship other than Allah. Oh. Okay. They will say that you worship other than Allah. can it be said here that the worship of other than Allah means that they rejected Allah as the creator and rejected Allah as the sustainer? And can we give an explanation like this in the Quran? And if not, what's the proof of that?
Yes or no? Answers.
No, but not yet.
لا يفهم. This is why I did it.
سؤال صعب difficult.
I understood it correctly.
Yeah.
So basically, you're saying that we don't take away the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but we just we worship this or we love in this so that we get closer to Allah.
Yeah.
They say, can that be accepted?
Yeah. It says can
No, it cannot be accepted because you're taking up partners. That defeats the whole purpose.
لأنه يمكن أن أنت جعلت ند مع الله سبحانه وتعالى فهذا فرق سبب وهذا يعني أنكر توحيد الربوبية.
هو صحيح ممكن هذا الربوبية لكن العلة ما هي؟ العلة هي ما في عدم وبالتالي لا يمكن تكون التسوية فلا يمكن لا يكون التفسير قد يأتي الناس ويقول هذا تسوية يقول هذا لا يمكن التسوية يقول أين لك أنه نقول لأنه لا يمكن
So yeah, in a sense, you're right. What it means is that from what we've taken before, we know that the mushrikeen on the day, from what we've taken from the other ayat, the mushrikeen always believed that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was the creator and He was the sustainer and He was the owner and He was the king of the universe and everything. But the mushrikeen always believed. So obviously when this scenario happens on the day of judgment, it's going to happen that they're only going to be talking about the uluhiyah, the worshipping of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone, and not acknowledging that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the creator and that He's the sustainer.
A good example is the father of Rasulullah and the uncle bin Abi Talib.
Yeah.
He says that مثال أبو الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم وعمه هذا الاثنان يؤمنون بالله لكن
Yeah, you're saying because they believed in Allah. You're saying because they believed in Allah, but they set up partners with
They always
Him.
believe in Allah.
Yeah.
So he says يعني أحد من أحكامهم يعني يؤمنون بالله مثل الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم وعمه كانوا يؤمنون بالله لكن كانوا يشركون بالله.
And that's like them, and every mushrik like them. They believed in Allah, but they set up partners with Allah.
There's one thing I wanted to ask. I don't think I'm pretty sure I know the answer already, but I just gotta ask. You know it's a new era phenomenon that's going on. People don't worship, but they celebrate the birth of Rasulullah. This falls into bid'ah more than shirk.
It's not new. It's like
I mean, it didn't happen.
Yeah, you're right.
هذا كان مولد النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وهذا يتبع الشرك وهذا يتبع البدع.
Yeah. So the Sheikh mentioned, this comes under bid'ah and it doesn't come under shirk. There you go.
نرد على المنافقين في عهد النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كانوا يعني في الأصناف الستة أكثر. الأصناف الستة نفاقهم هذا جعلهم في عدد المشركين ستة أكثر. لكن كان في الفقهاء والظاهر يتعاملوا مع الإسلام حقيقته أنهم مشركون.
So the Shaykh has also mentioned that the munafiqeen on the day, the munafiqeen as well in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, they would believe, they would say that they believe in Islam, and they would do acts of worship, but in their heart they didn't believe. This also counts under Shirk al-Akbar as well. This is also Shirk al-Akbar. Why? Because they have lied. They have lied and they've disbelieved in Islam. They're only saying it with their tongue, but they believe something else in their hearts.
الشرك الأصغر هو النوع الثاني من أنواع الشرك الأصغر، والمقصود به بعض الصور التي سماها الله عز وجل شركا لكنها لا تبلغ حد الشرك الأكبر، مثل الرياء اليسير الرياء اليسير القليل، والمقصود به تزيين العبادة، يزين العبادة لما يراه من نظر الناس إليه، يزين العبادة لما يراه من نظر الناس إليه، فهو يصلي ويزين صلاته أكثر لأن الناس ينظرون إليه، ويصوم لأن الناس أيضا يعني يراقبونه، وهكذا. فهذا هو الرياء الذي يكون في العبادة. وأيضا من صوره أن يتكلم ببعض الكلمات التي هي فيها نوع تسوية وشراكة بالله عز وجل، كان يقول بعض العبارات، كان يحلف بغير الله، يقول والكعبة، يقول والنبي، ونحو هذه العبارات التي هي من الحلف بغير الله. فالحلف بغير الله عز وجل إذا كان باللسان فقط هو من الشرك الأصغر، وإذا كان معه تعظيم بهذا المحلوف، تعظيم القلب لهذا المحلوف، فهو من الشرك الأكبر. نتنبه لها. إذن الحلف باللسان فقط والنبي والكعبة فقط من باب اللسان هذا شرك أصغر، ولكن إذا اقترن به تعظيم القلب لهذا المحلوف، كان يعظم الكعبة تعظيما كتعظيم الله، أو يعظم النبي كتعظيم الله، فيصرف له أنواع العبادة، ثم حلف به من هذا المنظور، فهو شرك أكبر. وأيضا عندما يقول الرجل أو العبد عندما يقول ما شاء الله وشئت، فيعطف بالواو، هذا من الشرك الأصغر. أن يقول لولا الله وفلان، هذا من الشرك الأصغر. أو يقول لولا فلان، مثلا يقول لولا أن قائد الطائرة يعني كان حاذقا وإلا كانت سقطت، لولا أن الرياح كذا، فيعيد الفضل إلى المخلوق دون الخالق، فهذا من الشرك الأصغر، فإذا اقترن بشيء من هذه الأمور كلها، إذا اقترن بها شيء من تعظيم القلب للمخلوق المحلوف به، فقد يصل به الشرك الأكبر والعياذ بالله.
So the other category that we've taken up now is the minor shirk, the minor shirk with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And minor shirk is everything that's not shirk but that could lead to shirk al-akbar. That it's anything that is not shirk al-akbar but it's something that could lead to shirk, the major shirk. Okay, so this is called minor shirk or the smaller shirk. And for example, some of this stuff could be, for example, riya. And what is riya? Riya is to beautify your worship, and make it nice and make it beautiful because other people are watching you. For example, making your prayer really nice, or you know, making it really good or long and things like that, so other people can see you and praise you for it. Or to fast, and so people believe that you're a pious person and what have you. These are the types of things that you could do. That when it's not done solely for Allah, it's done so people think good of you. Another type of minor shirk is to swear by other than Allah. So for example, you see some people say, I swear by the Kaaba. They swear by the Kaaba, or they swear by their food, or they swear by their fathers, or they swear by something that that is other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, something that is the creator, or they swear by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So they will say, when Nabi, or they'll say, what Kaaba, things like this. They will hate these types of things where they swear by something that is created and not by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If this is something that is done with the tongue out of habit, where they just say these things but they don't really believe it in their heart, then this is the minor shirk. This is shirk al-asghar. This is where they don't really believe that the Kaaba has this type of ta'zeem and this type of status, but it's just something that they're saying always with their tongue. Then this falls under shirk al-asghar. But if they actually believe in this, they actually believe that these things are, on equal footing with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or they believe that they're like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then this person falls here into shirk al-akbar, the major shirk. When they swear by these things and they believe that these things have a status equal to Allah. So if they believe that it's something that they say by their tongue without really believing it, then this is shirk al-asghar. But it's something that they really believe in their heart, then this falls under shirk al-akbar. Another thing also that can fall into the minor shirk is for example, to say
inshallah wa shi't. Inshallah wa shi't. To say whatever, whatever Allah wants and whatever you want. Whatever Allah wills and what you will. By putting this wa there, is making an equal footing with Allah. It's making an equal footing with Allah. So it's better to say, if it wasn't for Allah, then you, or then this person, then this is something that is acceptable. But if you use the and, the wa in there, inshallah, whatever Allah wants, and you, then here you're making, this is a shirk al-asghar here, because you're making it equal with Allah. But if you were to say, whatever Allah wants, and whatever you want, or then what you want, then this is okay. This is what should be said. And another thing that people can do, for example, is by saying Lola. By saying, if it wasn't for this person, then this would have happened. For example, it says, if it wasn't for the captain or the pilot of the plane would have crashed and burnt. Right? So you see a lot of people saying this. If it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for this person, then this would have happened. Again, this is a type of shirk al-asghar, a minor shirk, that a person shouldn't say. What he should say, if it wasn't for Allah, then this person, this would have happened. If it wasn't for Allah, and then this person doing this action, then this would have happened. So, the person should, or a Muslim should be very, very careful in the statements that he says, to make sure that he doesn't fall into minor shirk. Yeah.
عندي سؤال. أنا عندي سؤال بعدين. قوله تعالى إن الله لا يغفر أن يشرك به ويغفر ما دون ذلك لمن يشاء. هذا الشرك الذي يغفره الله بعد أن عرفنا أنواع الشرك ما هو؟ هل هو الأكبر؟ هل هو الأصغر؟ ماذا؟ نعم.
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran that Allah does not forgive those who commit shirk with Him. He does not forgive those who commit shirk, but He forgives everything else. He forgives everything else. So, what category, the Shaykh is asking here, what category is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaking about here? Is He speaking about the major shirk, or is He speaking about the minor shirk here? Is He speaking about both of them? What exactly is He speaking here when He says that He will not forgive those who make shirk with Allah? Major? Everyone agree, sisters?
شرك الأكبر.
شرك الأكبر.
الشرك الأكبر مع الإصرار بعد التبيان. يعني فرضا ان واحد اشرك وبين له واصر هنا
Sorry, sisters, go ahead.
Yeah, it's major shirk.
Major shirk?
Yes. Straightforward. Major shirk takes you out of Islam. Minor shirk keeps you.
هو يقول أنه الشرك الأكبر يخرج من الدين لكن الشرك الأصغر أنا بس
So that's not the question. You say that's not the question.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to imply is that it's forgivable, but you might get punished on what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wills. But major shirk is unforgivable unless you repent.
We said that we said shirk al-akbar, you need to do tawbah before you die.
Yeah.
And it's the only type of shirk that makes you stay in hellfire forever.
Yes. Okay.
What's secure?
That's the major one.
Secure.
What is secure?
What's secure for the shirk?
Tawbah, as the sister said, Tawbah, yeah. I think
She said tawbah.
yeah, I think that's what she
رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم علم أبا بكر رضي الله تعالى عنه أن يدعو للنجاة من الشرك. اللهم إنا نعوذ بك من أن نشرك بك شيئا ونحن نعلم ونستغفرك بما لا نعلم.
كفارة للشرك الأصغر.
للشرك الأصغر. التوبة.
Okay, thank you, sister.
both of them.
الإجابة يعني جديدة. جديدة عن هذه الإجابات.
Yes. It's a new, you come up with a new.
الإجابة الأخيرة هذه هي الصحيحة.
Allahu Akbar. So the last one brother at the back, he mentioned that both of you, here the verse mentions verily Allah doesn't forgive those who commit shirk with Him, but He forgives everything else. here the brother mentioned, and he's correct,
إذا مات
that
الإنسان على الشرك الأكبر والأصغر بدون توبة فيدخل في الآية إن الله لا يغفر أن يشرك به أي إذا مات الإنسان بدون توبة فإن الله لا يغفر هذا الشرك هذا النقطة الأساس.
Okay, so here what the Shaykh is mentioning, he's given the tafsir of this ayah, he's given the explanation of this ayah, that whoever commits shirk al-akbar or asghar and dies on that without making tawbah, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not forgive them of this.
So eternity, hellfire, is there even minor shirk?
خالدين فيها أبدا.
هنا يأتي ومات بدون توبة.
ما بدون
في يوم القيامة الذي شرك أكبر هذا خالد مخالد في النار أنه لا يتوب. صاحب الشرك الأصغر هو سيكون يعذب بقدر الشرك، يعني بالنسبة للمعصية قد يغفرها الله له ولا يدخل النار وقد يدخل النار. الشرك يدخل النار. ها؟ يعني لا يعني ليس كالمعصية. الشرك الأصغر ليس كالمعصية. الشرك الأصغر يدخل النار لأنه ما بدون توبة. ليس تحت المشيئة. ليس تحت المشيئة مثل المعصية الكبيرة والكبائر. يدخل النار. يعذب بقدره ثم يخرجه من التوحيد.
As the Shaykh mentioned, here, as we mentioned, that this follows both major and minor shirk, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not forgive them. As for the person that has done major shirk, then that person will go into the hellfire and he will remain in the hellfire forever. As for the minor shirk, that person will go into the hellfire, and he will be punished in the hellfire. But he'll be taken out because of his tawheed. And this is different to the person who does a major sin. From what is known as the kaba'ir al-dhunub. The person who's done a major sin, he deserves the hellfire, but perhaps Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive him, or perhaps Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will punish him in the hellfire. Maybe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will punish him in the hellfire, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive him and not punish him for the hellfire. However, the person that has done the minor shirk, then that person will go into the hellfire, but eventually will be taken out of the hellfire because of his tawheed in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
ويغفر ما دون ذلك لمن يشاء. ما دون ذلك الكبيرة الصغيرة كذا. أما الشرك فهو أصغر.
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will, as it's mentioned, He forgives anything other than that, meaning shirk. He'll forgive anything other than that, other than shirk. Whether it's the big and the small and what have you, whatever sin, He can forgive whoever He wants. But as for the shirk, no, that person has to be punished if he doesn't make tawbah before he dies.
So why was my answer disregarded?
I didn't know what you're talking about. what was your
I said one takes you out of this one, as in halas, you're in hell for eternity. I was trying to
it wasn't disregarded.
He said it wasn't.
Yeah, he said that wasn't the question he was asking. He was talking about something else.
I explained more. Anyway.
Some people they swear Quran. They swear Quran. It's a minor shirk.
بعض الناس يحلفون هذا شيء أصغر. I understand. You say when they bring the Quran, they say I swear by the Quran. Yeah.
لا هو في فرق بين نحلف بالله المصحف في يده ويحلف بالله قل والله.
Yeah.
هذا ما في شيء. لكن الذي يحلف بالقرآن يقول بالقرآن. إذا كان يقصد كلام الله هذا حلف السنة ما في شيء. وإذا كان يقصد يعني ما يقرأه الناس ما يتلوه الناس فعل الناس نفسه فعل الناس أو الورق هذا الورق وفعل الناس هذا لا يجوز.
So he says it depends on what the person means. When the person does this, what does he mean when he does this? If he means by the Quran the sifah of Allah, the kalam of Allah, because this is an attribute of Allah, the Quran is the speech of Allah. Yeah. So if he swears by the speech of Allah, then this is something that is not created. This is Allah. This is an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's not created. So if that's what he means by the speech of Allah, which is not created, then this is not shirk. But if the person, when he does this, he's swearing by the recitation of people, the recitation of when they read the Quran, or the mushaf, in the papers of the mushaf and the ink and stuff like that, then yes, this comes under shirk al-asghar because he's swearing by something that's created. Okay? So you've got to remember, the Quran is not created. The Quran is not created. The Quran is the speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But you know, the book and the mushaf itself is something that is created. So it depends on what the person intends when he does this. Yeah? Sorry.
I need some clarification on this. Okay, on this swearing by other than Allah, this is the swearing, amen, the swearing.
Yeah.
Right? And it says if this is done out of habit, then is this doesn't fall under Mashiach, or this will...
No, this is
Mashiach, which one? It doesn't fall under Mashiach Allah. I heard this from the Senate.
Yeah, that's minor. You want, first we're asking, is that minor shirk? Okay? And then we're asking, yeah? So, واحد الذي يحلف لغير الله بعادة ولا and he doesn't believe it in his heart, right?
Right. He doesn't believe it in his heart, but he said Allah. This is in
yeah. So ما يعني يعمل لا يؤمن بقلبه لكن من عادة دائما يحلف ايوه يجب عليه ايوه ايوه. Okay, so if a person does this, for example, if he does this, okay, then he should say astaghfirullah, he should repent for this. He should
before he dies.
Before he dies, of course, he should make tawbah and repent for this before he dies. لكن أظن السؤال إذا ما فعل ذلك سيدخل النار.
الإنسان كعاقل يحذر بعض الناس يتساهل والذي الآية تدل عليه أنه لكن نحن نحكم.
So what he's saying is that the verse here, it points to that this person will enter the hellfire if, if he dies on this. If he dies on this and he doesn't make repentance from this, and then here he will enter the hellfire. But as remember, it's a minor sin. It's a minor shirk. It's the minor shirk, and not the major shirk. I think it's the break now. It's supposed to be 10:30.
Yeah. We can have a break.
Yeah.
Then for the questions.
So do you want to do questions now?
No.
Okay, brothers, 15 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, so brothers and sisters, we'll have a break for 15 minutes now. And when we come back, if anyone else has got a question, we can ask, you can ask for chance.
أكثر مصدر يكون الأسئلة تطور حسب المسائل الفقهية.
السلام عليكم.
Okay.
So I'll just start.
If they have any question, I'm the Sheikh.
I'll ask a question inshallah.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah, amma ba'd. So if anyone's got any questions that they would like to ask, please go ahead and ask. Sorry again, I'll to do it to you again.
He was the first
okay.
one before all of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Even in the break he said, I will not disturb the Sheikh because he needs to drink.
I know, I always cut you off, sorry.
اوكي شيخ حضرتك ذكرت انه الشرك ليس متضمن تحت المشيئه، يعني ان الله سبحانه وتعالى يغفر له ولا بد الموت. كيف يوفق بين هذا وبين قوله سبحانه وتعالى ان الله يغفر الذنوب جميعا وبين انه لا يجب على الله شيء؟ فانا يعني انا كمسلم لا استطيع ان اجزم ان الله سبحانه وتعالى سيدخل فلانا النار وسيدخل فلانا الجنه.
صحيح.
That's okay. Ask.
I mean about the can I
The
say
mic.
it in
Oh, okay. Oh, you want to give me the mic? Okay.
Yeah, because
Let's.
they don't know the Arabic.
My question is about that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala may forgive or not forgive the shirk. Okay. The minor or major shirk. The Sheikh said that if anyone commits shirk, he will enter the hellfire, definitely. So my question is that we believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can do whatever he wants subhanahu wa ta'ala. So how can I assure that this will enter hellfire or not, or this will enter paradise or not? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, إن الله يغفر الذنوب جميعا.
بسم الله. نحن عندما نتحدث عن حكم الشيء لا علاقة لنا بالأشخاص، بالشخص، فنحن لا نجزم للشخص بنار ولا بجنة، ولا نشهد له بنار ولا بجنة إلا من شهد له المعصوم صلوات الله وسلامه عليه. فهذا هو الذي نشهد له بما شهد له المعصوم صلى الله عليه وسلم بجنة أو نار. وبعد ذلك لا نحكم على أحد بعينه، لكن نحن نحكم على الأقوال والأفعال فقط، فنقول هذا الفعل كذا، هذا الفعل يستوجب النار، هذا الفعل يستوجب الجنة، هذا الحكم حكمه أنه لا يغفر، هذا الحكم حكمه أنه كذا. وضحت الصورة هذه؟ نعم. فهذا هو المقصود من كلامنا في قضية الشرك الأصغر والشرك الأكبر، أن الله لا يغفره وأن صاحبه ليس تحت المشيئة، وإنما يختلفون بعد ذلك فإن الشرك الأكبر مخلد في النار وصاحب الشرك الأصغر يخرج في توحيده. أما قضية الأشخاص فهذا قد يكون عندهم من الشروط والموانع ما يحول بينه وبين يعني استحقاقه هذا الشيء، هذا شيء آخر. نعم. لا أدري هل هذه بقي شيء من
مسألة أن الله لا يجب عليه شيء، فبالتالي إزاي نقول إن هو لا يدخل تحت
لا الذي يعني قولنا أن الشرك الأكبر هو كذا والشرك الأصغر هو كذا، هذا تعلمناه من الشرع. يعني لسنا نحن الذين تقولنا على الله عز وجل، إنما قلنا بما قاله الله لنا. الله عز وجل هو الذي ذكر لنا أن الشرك لا يغفر، وفي لغة العرب أن الشرك إذا يطلق على أي شيء اسمه شرك في لغة العرب. فإذا أخرج الإنسان هذا المسمى من ذاك فعليه هو الدليل في الإخراج، فإن لم يخرج فيبقى على الاسم. ففقط نحن نتعامل بهذا حتى يعني لا نقول على الله ما لا نعلم من هذا الباب. بارك الله. ولذلك يا إخوة المسألة في هذه النقطة أكثر ما فيها تخويف، أن يخاف الإنسان ويحذر لما يعرف هذا، وأن الشرك الأصغر فيه بين العلماء من يقول أنه يدخل في قوله وما دون ذلك ويغفر ما دون ذلك، ومنهم من يقول لا هو داخل في قوله لا يغفر يشرك به. أقل ما يقال أن هذا خوف، يخاف الإنسان ويحذر، فلو لم يكن إلا هذا لكان خيرا كثيرا. بارك الله.
So the question was, of course, okay. So the question was there. I forgot the question. The first one. When how do we say? How do we know? Can we judge a person from what we know from the verses of the Quran? Can we say that this person is going to go to the hellfire or not? And how do we judge like that? Or who are we to judge who is in the hellfire or not? The Shaykh mentioned that when it comes to saying that this person is in the hellfire or this person is in Jannah, that this is something that we don't enter into. Except, we don't name people individually and say this person's in the hellfire, this person's in Jannah, except by the people, by the ones that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned or the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has mentioned. So if, for example, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has mentioned that this person is in the hellfire by his name, you know, for example, Abu Lahab or Abu Jahl or what have you, or Fir'aun or you know, what have you, then we can say that this person is in the hellfire. Or whoever the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam has mentioned that is in the hellfire, for example. But what we can do is say that the actions of this person, you know, whoever does this, or whoever says that, then this person is deserving of the hellfire, or this person is deserving of Jannah. That's what we're allowed to do. So, for example, if somebody says that this person has done this, and this person has done that, you know, this is an action of the actions of the people in the hellfire. Or if somebody has done this or done that, then this action is the action of the people of Jannah. That's what we're allowed to do. So this is where we take that from. The other thing as well as the brother mentioned or asked, how do we explain, you know, where did all this come from? You know, Sheikh al-Akbar and Asghar and all these types of things. Where do we get this from? This is from, our understanding of this has come from the scholars who have gone back to the Quran and Sunnah and have extracted this and have come up with their dalil. They've got this from the Quran and Sunnah, and they're the ones that have put this into the categories and etc. For us to benefit from. And so if a person from this, by knowing that, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will never forgive them, or this is something that enters into shirk, this person will become fearful. He'll be afraid not to enter into these things. He'll be afraid. He won't enter into this. He'll know that this, for example, is minor shirk, and this is something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala won't forgive except with tawbah. So for what this person will do is he will leave off this thing out of fear of not falling into this category.
Yeah, we can just wait. Yeah.
There's three things, if you could clarify. Can you hear me?
Yeah, three things. Yeah.
Okay, there's three things that you can clarify. Alright, please. Number one is when you said one of the small shirk, minor shirk, is if you say, can you clarify this? Because I don't know if there's a difference, or I've heard something. You say, if this happened, or this person didn't do this, this would have happened. Because, you know, Rasulullah in the hadith says, do not say if. Because, you know, he said this is from the shaitan.
Okay, no.
Yeah, and he didn't say shirk, so can you clarify what you mean by that? Number one. Number two, you know, he says when people swear by the Kaaba, there's people that say Rabb al-Kaaba. Okay, this is fine, right?
Yeah.
I'll ask it, but
even though, you know, there's no need really for somebody to say Rabb al-Kaaba, Rabb al-Nas, we know Allah is the creator of everything. So clarify on this.
Yeah.
And third one.
It's alright, take your time.
Yes, so just these two letters.
Okay. Can't see the slides on there.
Okay, I've got the third one now.
What about that? Down.
I have it clear. I just have to remember.
Okay, be back.
That's it.
You want to hear the third? Yeah, my third question. My third question, sorry, before that, is one thing I've heard also is one of the minor shirk. He didn't mention it. Sorry. Is it true or not? People say if you follow your desires to the effect that they become first, you put them first front of everything. They say that this is also minor shirk, and you worship your desires. Is this true or not?
Yeah, I'll just give you the answer to the first question. So he says these are two different things. The first one, if a person is continuously saying low, like and if this happened, if that happened, if it wasn't for this, if it wasn't for that, then this, as the Prophet mentioned, this is from a shaitan. But this falls under under the qadr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. A person not being happy with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has destined for him. Yeah, so this also is wrong and it's from the amal of shaitan, but it comes under the qadr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're not being happy with the qadr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As in lawla, as we mentioned before, lawla, which again, if it wasn't for this person, if it wasn't for this, then this is also mentioned in another hadith. So it's two different things. It's the hadith of Aisha, where the Prophet forbade saying lawla this, that the person should say lawla Allah, thumma this. Okay? So if it wasn't for Allah, then this would have happened. Okay, so that's the first one. Yeah. So here there's a hadith of the Prophet where he says, do not say ما شاء الله وما شاء فلان. لا تقولوا ما شاء الله وما شاء فلان. ولكن قولوا, so but say ما شاء الله, whatever Allah wants or whatever Allah wills, ثم and or after that or then شاء فلان. So the Prophet ﷺ has said, do not say ما شاء الله وشاء فلان. Fulan meaning so and so, like any person, right? So don't say whatever Allah wanted or willed or decrees and this person. No, what you should say is whatever Allah wanted or wants and then whatever this person wanted. Okay?
And likewise, when somebody says Alhamdulillah, because of Allah, thumma fulan, this happened.
Yeah, same thing. And I just want to yeah, that's correct. So you can say رب البيت, رب الكعبة, رب الناس. All of this is acceptable in Jews. And the third question, just briefly, what was it?
Third one is I've heard this from before, when somebody puts his desires first.
الذي يتبع شهوته هو حاجز يتبع شهوته يعبده
Okay, so what the Sheikh has answered here is if this person follows his desires and goes after them, but he knows what he's doing is wrong, and he knows he's doing a sin and he's committed a sin, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said that this is haram, and he knows and acknowledges what he's doing is haram, and he knows it's wrong, but he still follows it. No, this is a major sin. This is a major sin. But for a person who follows their desires and thinks, what I'm doing, it's okay, there's something wrong with it. This Islam is old, it's qadim, it's like, this is backwards, what I'm doing is okay, there's nothing wrong with it, then this is shirk al-akbar. This falls under shirk al-akbar. Okay, after, okay. And this, I won't forget your question as well, okay?
طيب بسم الله يا اخوه، نحن نواصل الدرس وسنقف ان شاء الله ثم تسالون ما شئتم. بقي معنا نقطه مهمه وهي ان الانسان اذا وحد الله عز وجل واصبح من اهل التوحيد، فما هو الاثر وما هي الثمره التي يثمرها هذا التوحيد؟ يعني ما الفرق بين الموحد وغير الموحد؟ هل ثمة فرق وثمره يقتفها؟ نقول نعم، هناك ثمرات للتوحيد. أول ثمرة أو من هذه الثمرات العظيمة أن التوحيد يكفر الذنوب. يعني بعض الناس ينشغل مثلا يقول بالاستغفار وبالصدقة وبالأشياء هذه، لماذا؟ قال لأنها تكفر الذنوب. وربما في آخر المجلس يقول دعاء المجلس سبحانه وتعالى كفارة المجلس، يقول هناك أهم من هذه الأشياء في تكفير الذنب وهو التوحيد. بمعنى إذا استقام توحيدك فإن ذنبك يكفر، وإذا لم يستقم فعسى أن تنفع تلك المكفرات، عسى. إذن كيف يكفر التوحيد الذنب؟ اسمع، قال صلى الله عليه وسلم: من شهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمدا رسول الله وأن عيسى عبد الله ورسوله وكلمته ألقاها إلى مريم وروح منه أدخله الله الجنة على ما كان من العمل. حتى العمل الذي فيه قصور، الذي فيه عرج، والذي فيه نقص، ما دام معه توحيد. وما هو التوحيد؟ أنه شهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأن محمد رسول الله وأن عيسى عبد الله ورسوله وكلمة الله، هذا هو التوحيد. إذا كان كذلك فإذا لقي الله بهذا التوحيد وكان عنده من العمل ما كان من القصور والنقص أدخله الله الجنة. فالتوحيد يكفر الذنب. الذين آمنوا ولم يلبسوا إيمانهم بظلم، يعني بشرك، يعني توحيد ولم يلبسوا إيمانهم بظلم أولئك لهم الأمن وهم مهتدون. هذه ثمرة التوحيد. إذن التوحيد أعظم ما يكفر الذنب هو التوحيد، والناس يتساهلون في هذا، يتركون هذا الأمر وعندهم خلل في التوحيد ويذهبون إلى مكفرات أخرى عسى أن تستقيم، يعني أو تقوم لهم بهذا الأمر. والأصل في هذا هو التوحيد الذي إذا يعني نقص لا ترجو غيره. إذا لم يكن عندك يعني رجاء في التوحيد أن يكفر ذنبك فغيره من باب أولى أن لا يكفر الذنب. إذا هذه الخلاصة، أن التوحيد يكفر الذنب.
Okay. So the Sheikh was mentioning what are some of the fruits, what are some of the benefits of Tawheed and believing in Tawheed and believing in Allah and worshipping Him alone. The first one is that it deletes all your sins. It's a cause for all your sins to be forgiven. It's a cause for all your sins to be forgiven. That believing in Tawheed and believing in Allah's oneness is the result of this is that your sins are forgiven. And the proof of this is in the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ when he said, whoever says La ilaha illallah and whoever says Muhammad Rasulullah and whoever believes that Isa is the Prophet of Allah and the Message of Allah and that he is the Ruh of Allah, that was sent by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with his kalam, by the order of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then that this person will enter Jannah no matter how many sins he had. That this person will enter Jannah no matter how many sins or how bad his sins were. So whoever believes, so what this is saying, what the proof here is that whoever is a Muslim and believes in Islam and has correct Tawheed, with this, that a person will enter into Jannah. A person will enter into Jannah no matter what he did in regards to his sins. He could have many sins, but that person will enter into Jannah regardless. And another verse of this is where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran that whoever believes and doesn't cover their faith, whoever believes in Allah and doesn't cover their faith with darkness, with dhulm. And here the dhulm means shirk, worshipping besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Taking up partners with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that this person will find safety, that this person will be safe, that this person will find safety in the hereafter. This person will find safety in the hereafter. Obviously, this person will enter into Jannah.
They are rightly guided.
And they are rightly guided. Okay? So these are some of the proofs that establish that one of the fruits of Tawheed is your sins are forgiven and your entry into Jannah in the next life is guaranteed.
أيضا التوحيد يعصم الدم والمال، فمن دخل في الإسلام وكان من الموحدين فإنه يعصم دمه وماله، فلا يجوز بعد ذلك أن يمسه أحد في دمه ولا في ماله. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم: أمرت أن أقاتل الناس حتى يقولوا لا إله إلا الله، فإذا قالوها عصموا مني دماءهم وأموالهم إلا بحق. يعصم الدم والمال.
And another thing is, from the fruits of this, is that the person who says this, his wealth and his life is secured. His wealth and his life is secured. Meaning that, because the Prophet ﷺ said in the hadith, I've been ordered to fight the people until they say La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah, and pray and pay the zakat. And if they say this, then their lives and their wealth are secure from them. Sorry. And this is something that even the hypocrites, the munafiqeen, those who say they are Muslims, but they're not really Muslims, but they just say it, their wealth and life will also be protected from this, from the Muslims. Why? Because they say it. Even though we don't know what's in their hearts, because they say it, their wealth and life is protected. But in the next life, of course, they're in the hellfire. In the next life, of course, they're in the hellfire. But in this life, in the dunya, they benefit from this. That their lives and their worlds will not be touched by the Muslims. Why? Because they have said this with their tongues.
أيضا هذه الكلمة توحد المسلمين فيما بينهم. فكل من قال هذه الكلمة في شرق الأرض وغربها وشمالها وجنوبها كلهم يدخلون تحت راية الإسلام. فيفرح المسلم إذا لقي أخاه في مكان ما وهو لا يعرفه سابقا، لكنه يقول هذه الكلمة فيشعر أنه أخاه في الله، وأنه قد لقي أخا كأنه كان يعرفه من السابق بسبب هذه الكلمة التي توحد المسلمين.
And so another benefit of this is that it's a word, La ilaha illallah is a word that unites all Muslims around the world. A Muslim, he might meet a Muslim from the other part of the world, from another part of from this world, and he's happy and he's glad to see him, no matter what his race or his color is or what tribe he belongs to, because this person is a Muslim like him. So this Muslim, he feels happiness to believe, and he's united with other people around the world because of this one statement of La ilaha illallah.
نعم، ولذلك من حقق التوحيد تماما بدون أن يشوبه شيء من الشرك، وإذا حصل شيء تداركه بالاستغفار فلقي الله عز وجل بهذا فإنه يدخل الجنة كما قلنا سابقا بلا حساب ولا عقاب. بلا حساب ولا عقاب. إذن حقق التوحيد. فيعني الناس أصناف، أناس يقول الله عز وجل بالتوحيد جملة، وأناس يقول الله عز وجل بتحقيق التوحيد. فالذي يلقى الله بالتوحيد يدخل الجنة عموما، وقد يعذب بالنار، قد يعذب، هذا شيء يرجع إلى الله. والذي يلقاه بتحقيق التوحيد هنا يدخل الجنة بلا حساب ولا عقاب.
So another benefit of a person of Tawheed is that a person, obviously, he will enter into Jannah. And one type of person is that he will enter even though, so the person, for example, the one type of person, for example, who really establishes Tawheed in his life, with all its conditions and all of its pillars, and really establishes it in his life, that this person will enter into Jannah without hisab or adab, meaning that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala won't question him, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala won't even punish him, won't punish him or question him for his deeds. This is for the person who really established Tawheed in his life and made it a true thing in his life. Established all of its pillars, he did, its conditions, its pillars, and he fully implemented it in his life. This person will enter into Jannah without reckoning, without being questioned or without being punished. As for the person who didn't really fulfill those conditions but still died as a Muslim on La ilaha illallah, but didn't really fulfill those conditions, that person, he may, if he has sins, that person may enter into the hellfire for a period of time, or Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala may forgive him for that as well. And it comes under the decision of Allah.
أخيرا التوحيد إذا وحد المرء ربه ويعني عرف أن له أسماء وصفات فإنه يتحلى ويتنعكس هذه عليه، يتحلى ببعض هذه الأسماء والصفات التي تليق به، لأن هناك أسماء وصفات لا تليق إلا بالخالق، لكن ثمة أسماء ومعاني يمكن أن يشترك فيها المخلوق مع الخالق. فالله عز وجل كريم يحب الكرماء، والله عز وجل عليم يحب العلماء، والله عز وجل حي يحب أهل الحياء، والله عز وجل ستير يحب أهل الستر. فالعبد إذا عرف أن الله عز وجل له هذه الأسماء الحسنى والصفات العلى فإنه يحاول أن يأتي بالصفات التي تليق بالبشر فيتحلى بها، فيكون من أهل الكرم ويكون من أهل العلم، ويسعى أن يكون من أهل الستر، يستر على غيره وعلى نفسه، وأن يكون من الحياء وأهل الجود ونحو ذلك من الأشياء التي يعني يمكن أن تنعكس عليها أثر هذه الأسماء. وأيضا عندما يعرف أن الله عز وجل يتصف أو يتسمى بأسماء الأسماء المقتضية للمراقبة، فإنه يكف شره عن نفسه وعن الآخرين، لأن الله يراقبه، فهو يعرف أن الله عز وجل سميع عليم حفيظ عليم محيط بكل شيء. إذا عرف هذا يخاف من مراقبة الله له، فيحذر أشد الحذر من. أيضا إذا عرف أن الله عز وجل محب، أن الله عز وجل يحب ويعطي ويمنع وكذا، فهو يعني تنعكس هذه أثار الأسماء عليه، فيبذل يعني الصدقة ويبذل الخير ويبذل المعروف، لأن الله عز وجل يحب من اتصف بهذه الصفات. وهكذا يعني في أسمائه وصفاته سبحانه وتعالى تنعكس آثارها على المسلم الذي يعرف هذه الأسماء والصفات. ومن هنا لا بد على المرء أن يعرف هذه الأسماء والصفات. من أحصاها إن لله 99 اسما من أحصاها دخل الجنة.
So one of the other fruits and benefits of believing in this Tawheed is obviously having belief in Allah's names and attributes. And from the fruits of having belief in Allah's names and attributes, or Tawheed in Allah's names and attributes, is to, by knowing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know who He loves. For example, you know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is shy, and He likes people that are shy. So then you will want to become, you will try to have some shyness. You know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is Kareem, He's generous, and that He loves people that are Kareem as well, that are generous as well. So then you will try to be generous, because you know Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is like this. You know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He like hides things, and what can we say? You know,
He does not expose.
He doesn't expose. You know, He doesn't expose people in the evil of people and the things that people do. You know, He covers their evil. So and He loves people who do that as well. So you're going to try to do that as well. You're going to try to cover the sins of your brothers and sisters. Another thing is, for example, you know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is ever watching over you, that He watches over you. So that this is going to make you fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and not want to do sins. You know, you're going to be shy, and you're not going to want to commit sins with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the third one as well is that Allah, you know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one that sustains and gives rizq, and the one that forgives and things like that. So you're going to seek out these things from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You're going to seek them out. You're going to search for them. You're going to want to follow them and worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with these names. And this is what is meant by implementing the names and attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When the Prophet ﷺ said in the hadith that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has 99 names, one less than 100, and whoever, and as the hadith says, man ahsaha, which can mean maybe implement them and practice them and fulfill them in their lives, then that person will enter into Jannah.
أخيرا أنا أنصح بكتاب لطيف جدا في هذا الباب اسمه 200 سؤال وجواب في العقيدة. اسم الكتاب 200 سؤال وجواب في العقيدة، يعني في التوحيد. وهذا الكتاب طبعات مختلفة، طبعة يعني كبيرة وطبعة صغيرة جدا، مثل هذه الطبعة اللي ترونها. لاحظ هذا الكتاب، هذا حجم الجيب، ولا أدري هل هو مترجم أو لا. في الغالب أن يكون الناس قد ترجموه، لكن لو لم يكن كذلك فأنا أدعو إلى ترجمته أيضا. وإذا انتشروا بهذا الحجم أيضا هذا سيساعد على يعني القراءة المستمرة وسهل الحركة. موجود متوفر في المكتبات، كتاب مشهور جدا، كتاب مشهور، وهو طبعات. إذا أردت الطبعة هذه أو تلك طبعة أكبر أو أكبر وهكذا، جيد أن يؤخذ. إذا لم يكن له ترجمة من هنا هناك ورأى أحدكم أن يسعى في ترجمته أو فريق عمل، فهذا شيء طيب جدا، كتاب نافع جدا. 200 سؤال جواب في العقيدة. له اسم آخر، أحيانا له اسم آخر، أعلام السنة المنشورة. أعلام السنة المنشورة، نفس الاسم، هو نفسه. المؤلف حافظ الحكمي رحمه الله تعالى، الشيخ حافظ الحكمي رحمه الله تعالى. نعم.
So the Sheikh, he just wants to mention and give advice to a particular book that he recommends that everyone should purchase. And this book can come in different sizes. It can come in a pocket size like he has in front of you here. It can come in a bigger book. It can come in like in an A4 type of book. And that it's called, and this is called, what it's called is 200 questions and answers in Tawheed or in Aqidah. 200 questions and answers in Tawheed and Aqidah. Okay? And this is it's found everywhere. It's found in those bookshops around Medina. It's found, he's not sure if it's translated or not, but it might be. And it's something that is of great benefits for everyone. So he recommends everyone purchase this book and study it.
طيب قبل أن نفتح مجال الأسئلة فقط يعني ننبه على أمور سريعة. عرفنا الآن درجات الذنوب، أعظمها الشرك، هذا الذنب الأكبر. وبعدها بعد يعني هذه المرتبة تأتي مرتبة البدع. عندنا الشرك ثم البدع، وبعد مرتبة البدعة تأتي مرتبة المعاصي. هذه كلها تدخل تحت الذنوب لكن تتفاوت، وكلها أيضا معاصي لكن تتفاوت. الشرك ثم البدعة ثم الكبائر ثم الكبائر. المعاصي اللي هي نقصد بها الكبائر والصغائر. المعاصي الكبائر والصغائر، فنقول نحن المعاصي تشمل الكبائر والصغائر. نعم.
والشرك يشمل الأصغر والأكبر.
نعم بالأقسام التي قلناها، لكن نحن فقط من باب التقسيم الكبير ليتضح الأمر نقول هكذا: شرك ثم بدعة ثم معصية، ولكل واحدة درجاتها ويعني تعاملها من حيث الإثم وغيره. نقطة أخرى وهي يعني نريد أن ننبه على مسألة ترجم هذه.
So as the Sheikh was mentioning that we have obviously we have levels, and everything in regards to sin. All of this comes under sin. So for example, we have shirk and we have bid'ah and we have major and minor sins. All of this comes under sins. Sins that are ma'asi, it's all disobedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whether it be shirk or whether it be bid'ah or whether it be sins. All of this comes under disobedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's the first thing. And each one of these things obviously have their degrees, and they have their degrees and they have their levels.
بقي معنا قضية السنة. يعني السنة هي والقرآن كلاهما وحي من الله عز وجل، لأن الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم حذر عن يعني صنف من الناس يأتي يقول نكتفي بالقرآن ولا نأخذ بالسنة، وهذا الصنف كاذب، لأنه الذي يأخذ بالقرآن معناه أن يأخذ بالسنة. لا يمكن شخص يأخذ بالقرآن دون السنة، لأن القرآن يدعو إلى الأخذ بالسنة: وما آتاكم الرسول فخذوه وما نهاكم عنه فانتهوا. فقد حذر النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم من صنف يأتي يقول عليكم بهذا القرآن، خذوا ما فيه ودعوا غيره، يعني اعرضوا عن السنة. والقرآن فيه الأمر بالصلاة والأمر بالزكاة والأمر بالحج والأمر بالعبادات، ولولا السنة ما عرفنا كم عدد ركعات الصلاة ولا عدد أشواط الطواف، ولا عرفنا كم مقادير الزكاة لولا السنة. إذن لا يمكن للإنسان المسلم أن يستغني بحال عن السنة أبدا، ومن يدعو إلى ترك السنة فهو يدعو إلى ترك الدين، وهو يدعو إلى ترك القرآن أيضا ولو ادعى أنه يأخذ بالقرآن. لا يمكن أن يفهم القرآن إلا في ضوء السنة. وطبعا الكلام يطول في هذه المسألة من حيث تقسيمات السنة ومراتبها مع القرآن الكريم ومع في الوحي، ولكن نحن قصدنا التنبيه على مكانة السنة النبوية وعدم الالتفات للشبهات والشكوك التي يبثها أناس من هنا وهناك يطعنون في السنة النبوية، يطعنون في السنة النبوية ويزعمون بزعمهم، يقولون هذا خبر آحاد لا نأخذ به وهذا كذا، يعني يميتون السنة بمثل هذه الأقاويل. فلنحذر أشد الحذر من هذه الأصوات النشاز. ولا غنى الإنسان عن السنة أبدا، ولا يمكن يفهم دينه ولا يستقيم له توحيده ولا يفهم كتاب ربه إلا بالسنة النبوية.
So now we're going to move on to the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. What we have to realize that the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ is wahi from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That it is wahi from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that the Sunnah came to explain the Quran. That the Sunnah came to explain the Quran. And the Quran calls to the Sunnah. The Quran calls to the Sunnah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells the believers to take from the Sunnah by telling the believers to take whatever the Prophet ﷺ orders them with and to leave whatever the Prophet ﷺ tells them to leave. And you have some people, who deny this. You have some people who deny the Sunnah. They say that we take the Quran, but we don't take the Sunnah. But the reality is that you can't really take the Quran without the Sunnah. For example, Hajj, like all the orders in the Quran, for example, how to pray, the orders of prayer, the orders of fasting, the orders of Hajj. None of this you would know how to do if it wasn't for the Sunnah. And it is the Sunnah that tells you how many rak'ah you have to pray, how to pray, what to do, how you perform the sujood. All of this tells you. The same thing comes with fasting. When to fast, how to fast. For example, the same thing when it comes to Hajj. So all of this, the Sunnah came to explain the Quran. All of this, has come to explain the Quran. So if a person comes and he says, well, I take the Quran but I don't take the Sunnah, in fact what he's saying is that he is rejecting all of Islam. That he's actually rejecting the Quran. He's actually rejecting the Quran altogether, because it is the Sunnah came with the Quran, and the Sunnah is there to explain the Quran. So the reality is a person can't really say that he's a Muslim and then at the same time reject the Sunnah, because if he's doing that, in fact he's actually rejecting Islam and the Quran. Okay, that's it. So we're finished now. We finished the lesson. So if anyone has any questions, so there was a brother that asked a question just beforehand, so I'll ask that, and we'll ask. The problem is this microphone now isn't working. I think the battery's flat.
هذا ليس بعيدا، هذا متوسط مباح. متوسط مباح بحسب الكلام. حسب متوسط مباح. هذا المتوسط مباح يدخل في جانب آخر من الجوانب أنه متوسط مباح. متوسط مباح أحيانا يوصل إلى الحرام المحظور، وأحيانا يبدأ يسمى الشخص كما هو الآن. لا لما يتم بإرادة هذا فقد يقع في الأشياء بسبب التوسط.
So, brother, so in regards to your question, he says it doesn't fall under riyah, but what it does do. So first of all, I'll tell everybody the question. The brother asked, there's a lot of people these days who build big houses and beautify their houses and make their houses nice and beautiful, to sort of show off to people, to show off to people. And so the brother asked, is this can this be considered as the minor shirk? So I've asked the sheikh, and the sheikh has said that no, it doesn't come under shirk al-asghar, but it comes under going beyond the bounds of what is halal. Obviously it's halal and it's mubah to have a house, but you're exceeding the limits. By you're exaggerating and going into extravagance and what have you. And what this could do is it could make you forget, this extravagance and worrying about other people and what other people think of your property and your houses. This could make you forget what is more important, which is the next life. It could make you forget. And this will be something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make hisab for, your hasibuk. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will ask you about and take you into account for. What you did with your money, what did you do, why did you do this for? So it is something that could lead to sin. It could lead to sin, and something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could ask you about and could punish you for. Okay? Does that answer your question?
There is one question. Benefits of Tawheed. You said some people are hoarding some signboard like La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah. So is it the hoarding, like something written, the script?
He said that?
No, I am asking a question. Okay. Is it it's a shirk or what? Falls into shirk or?
So people that, for example, they hang signs in their house that say
inside the house or in the car, in some places.
Yeah.
في ناس يتعلمون يعني يتعلمون علامة في بيوتهم لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله في البيت أو في السيارة، هل هذا من شرك الأصغر؟ مشاكلات معها؟
لا أنا لا ليس شرط الشرك الأخير، لكن قد يعتقد أن هذا من التمارين.
أيوه.
والتميمة إذا اعتقد أنها من التميمة ففيها خلاف منهم من منع عمل ومنهم من أجازة. منهم من منع عمل أن التميمة أنواع. التميمة بدل كلام هذا شيء. في تميمة وكلام الله، ما حكم الكلام الله يقول.
So brother, so in regards to your question, inshallah he says that that this is allowed, but it depends on again what the person's intention is. This could come under the category of hanging a tamim, which is people a talisman, what we call a talisman or amulets, And an amulet can have two things. There's an amulet, for example, that doesn't have it's just completely different. It doesn't have anything from the religion. It's something completely different. So, for example, an eye or something like that. This is something that's not allowed. However, the second category is it could be if it's something from the kalam of Allah, from the Quran. If a person starts hanging the Quran, for example. And here there is two opinions. One that allows it, and one that doesn't allow it. But the Shaykh says that it's better to leave it. It's better to leave it as it is safer. As it is safer. Okay. And yeah.
But we have to avoid hanging the writings, the script, anything, some places.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quran.
Yeah. This.
The same topic.
Yeah.
I saw in one of the mosques in the Mihrab.
Yeah.
On the same topic. I saw in one of the mosques on the Mihrab itself, on the top, there is a frame with the name of Allah. Is that allowed?
Yeah. So, الشيخ يقول في بعض المساجد ترى في الإحرام مثلا فوق الإحرام اسم الله. بس الله.
Just Allah.
Yes. هل هذا يجوز؟ ايوه
ايوه بعض الناس هو يرى هذا ولا يعرف الله ولا يعرف يستنبط آية وهو لا يعلم ويقول هذا حجة.
ايوه
احسن ما يكفر حديث.
صح. يعني المسجد ما فيش اي زخارف او اي ايات غير الله موجوده في المحراب.
تمام وانا اتكلم عن هذا الزخارف.
You heard what he said?
No,
oh, you didn't hear what he said? Everybody else, yeah. So he said that, again, for example, in some mosques, you may find some people they put in the mahrab, for example, they may put Allah or something that's a verse of the Quran. He says that it's better to leave this. It's better to leave this, even though it's not haram per se, but it's better to implement these verses and implement Allah in your lives better than just hanging it up on the wall. That's going to be more of that is something that's more benefit for you. And he said that this in fact could be an evidence against you on the Day of Judgment. That you've put up all these reminders and you've reminded yourself of Allah and all of these things, and then you haven't done anything. You've committed sins and things like that. So he says that it's better for a Muslim to actually implement these things. To really worship Allah in his life and not just hang it up in a picture frame or verses in the Quran of the Quran in the house, but actually implement these verses in the Quran and don't let them be a hujja alayk, not to let them be an evidence against you.
Any questions? Assalamualaikum.
Go ahead, sister.
So my doubt is this: back in India, that there's a hadith regarding Imam Hanbal rahmatullahi alayhi, but I'm not. Hello.
Yes.
You can hear me, right? Okay. Yeah. So I'm not sure about the authenticity of this. So I wanted to know about this. The hadith goes like Imam Hanbal rahmatullahi alayhi was lost in a desert, and he couldn't find his horse or his camel or something, and he turns around and there's no one in the desert, but he goes ahead and asks, Ya ibadullah ya'niuni, O servants of Allah, isn't there anyone to help me? So due to this hadith, on the basis of this hadith, back in India, the group has divided into two, telling that this is shirk, because he did not ask Allah and instead asked the jinn who wasn't present at the time. So my question is, first of all, is this sahih or not? And the second one is that, will this come under shirk, or shirk akbar or shirk asghar?
طيب الأخت من حين تشرف بين الناس الإمام أحمد بن حنبل وكان في صحراء سمعت عنها جدا لو كان في صحراء فقدت
صار يا عباد الله يا عباد الله يا عباد الله أعينوني
Allah ya'ani.
Yeah, and he said this to the jinn? Did you say sister?
Like there was no one present. He just said this. So they use so the people who pray to the grave in India, they use this as an excuse to pray to the grave.
ما كان في أحد في الصحراء، ما كان أحد في الصحراء، وقيل أنه قال هذا الجن. ففي ناس الحين يستدلون هذا قول الإمام أحمد يذهبون إلى القبور ويعبدون القبور. فأول شيء هذا رواية صحيحة عن الإمام أحمد، وشيء ثاني كيف نرد عليه.
طبعا هو من اشهر الناس المحدثين في السنه ذلك الذي يفسر السنه هو اختار
ايوه
هذا لو اختار الامام احمد يضع قصه مثل الذين وضعوا الحديث عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم اختار الرسول ويقول قال الرسول الناس تصدق بعد هذه قصه الامام احمد معروف موجود في كل مكان ترجمه الامام احمد ترجمه المعروف ما في هذه القصه اطلاقا لا يوجد الا عند كتب ترجمته هو في من ترجم له في قصته في حياته لا يوجد قصه لا يخالف من العلماء وهذا الكلام كله لا يجوز.
So, first of all, sister, the Sheikh has mentioned that Imam Ahmad was one of the most strongest ulama on the Sunnah. One of the most strongest ulama on the Sunnah. He's known to be one of the most strongest ulama of the Sunnah. In fact, he's known as the Imam of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. So when people of bid'ah want to invent something in the religion, or they want to use things to justify their actions, they will try to use Imam Ahmad as a dalil, like as an evidence. As the same thing as people do when they try to use the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They'll say قال رسول الله sallallahu alaihi wasallam to justify their actions. But from what we know from the story, we have the whole biography of Imam Ahmad, and this has never ever been related on him. Never. No one has ever. He has never mentioned this story. Nobody has ever mentioned it about him. Nobody has ever said anything about this ever. So this is something that has been completely made up against the Imam, and it's something that is not true. It's something that is not true. And as for the actions of the people in India, obviously that this is something that is not allowed. It's la yajuz. It's something what they're doing is haram.
وبهذه المناسبة إذا إنسان عرف التوحيد صح يعرف أي شيء يكون كذب. أي شيء يكون كذب ولا
And to further mention that a person who really knows Tawheed, if he hears a story like this, he will know straight away that this is a lie. He'll have like a detector inside of him, he will know. As soon as he hears something like this, he will know that a great Imam, a great Muslim, would never, like Imam Ahmad, would never say something like this. He'll never do it. That's because the person has this type of Tawheed and good knowledge of Tawheed in his heart, that he would never believe anything like this.
Okay, جزاك خير.
Just a second.
البيئة التي يكتشف فيها التوحيد هذا لا يكتشف فيها الخرافة ولا يكتشف فيها البدع. محفوظة. محفوظة. لذلك الخرافات هذه تنتشر في مكان مفتوح.
And so the Shaykh was mentioning, the environment where there is Tawheed, the knowledge of Tawheed, these types of stories and these type of beliefs and these type of, deviated ideologies and deviated beliefs won't have a place to spread. They wouldn't have a place to spread. So if a place where it is strong in Tawheed, these type of things would never, these type of stories would never catch on. But unfortunately, if you have an environment where there's not a lot of knowledge and an atmosphere of shirk and bid'ah and this type of things, then these type of stories will catch on and they'll grow and they'll be passed on and these types of things. Like a place like India, because India obviously is a place where there is shirk and Hinduism and they worship, you know, how many gods, and so these type of stories, they catch on because it's an environment where there is no tawheed. Okay, sister.
Okay, Jazakallah khair for your answer. And I had just one more clarification regarding how when you make a promise, you're only supposed to make it on the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But at the same time, and from what I've learned previously, I learned that we were not supposed to, swear upon the Quran. But could you please clarify that, what you said about it? Because I not really understand that part.
Okay. هو نفس السؤال عن القرآن. أحسن أسألك. أساس الأخت تقول يجب وعد على الله على أسمائه على الوعد يحلف يعني القرآن لا يجوز. Sister. That sister that asked the question, are you listening? Yeah. So sister, when you mean by promise, obviously I think you mean by making like, swearing by Allah.
Yeah, suppose when someone's like, I swear by the Quran I did not take this. Or
Yes, I understand. So what the Sheikh mentioned, what the Sheikh mentioned from the beginning, when this question came up by somebody else, he says, it depends on what the person means when he says this. It depends on what the person means when he says this. The Quran is the uncreated word of Allah. It's an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So if a person, when he means, if he swears by the Quran, he means by the kalam of Allah, by the speech of Allah, which is uncreated, then this is okay. This is okay. But if a person means by the book itself, the book, the pages, the cover, the ink, this is something that's created, and something that's created you cannot swear by. You can't swear by something that's created. So it goes back to the intention of that person, that the person, when he swears, or as you say, makes a promise or something like that, that he does it with the intention of doing it with the names and attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and not something that is created. Okay? Do you understand the difference?
Yes, I did. So usually when you're in the court or something,
Yes.
they usually bring the Quran in order to put an oath. Is that acceptable?
يعني يأتون بالمصحف ويقول لك يضع على المصحف ويحلف بالله ما في إشكال عليه. أي بس على حسب بس هي تقول الآن هي تحط اليد على المصحف كذا وتقول أحلف بالله.
لكن إذا حلف بالقرآن فيه تفسير.
أيوه.
يعني في البرلمانات وكذا.
أيوه. So sister, again, so as we said, if the person when he does this, he's doing it by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When he puts his hand on the Mus'haf and he says, on the Quran, and he says, I swear by Allah, then there's no problem with that. But if he if he does it and he's saying, I swear by the Quran, then it goes back to the thing that I just explained. Does it mean by the book, or does it mean by the kalam of Allah? Okay?
Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Excuse me.
Okay, sister, yes?
Yes, this is the continuity of the question from the other question. Is the presence of Quran is necessary when they are promising, when they put the Quran in front of the thing and say, swear? Do you think, is it important, or they can swear without Quran also?
هذا يسمى تعظيم القرآن. بعض الناس
It's like a plate.
So sister, what the Sheikh has said, he says it's okay, and sometimes the judge might want to do this because it's known as something as ta'zeem al-yamin. It's something that will make a person fear not to lie or say or do something wrong. For example, so the judge says that, you know, or somebody will say, for example, I'll go and I'll swear in the Rawda, for example. I'll swear by Allah in the Rawda. You know, I'll ahlif fil Rawda, for example. And it's not necessary that he has to go in the Rawda and do it, but the person's going to think twice to lie because he's going to know that this is a holy place, that this is a holy thing. Or for example, a person says, you know, judge says to the person, you know, do it after Asr, for example. You know, after you finish praying. You know, because you're making like you know you're making that person think twice, not to lie or not to make a false oath. So that's why it could be a good thing. For example, if somebody is brought, you know, a mushaf is brought out, because the person's going to have extra fear not to lie or not to do anything wrong or to swear by something where he knows that he's lying. Okay, sister.
Yeah. So I have seen Quran has been used a lot in Pakistan also as promising thing. Like in everyday life, they just bring the Quran. Okay, you have to promise it and put the end. So it's so, you know, the peoples are making it like a habit or something. I don't know, but that's what's so confusing for me. But in the judge, yeah, in the courts, that's totally right. You're saying about where there is a big, you know,
Why?
I have 3 questions. Should I ask them one by one?
Sorry, sister. I asked the men to ask the question, and then.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, sister.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu salam ala rasulullah. This, we will translate.
No, you
Shall I
say
speak
Arabic
straight? Okay. يعني أي شيء في حياتنا نرده إلى الله ورسوله. وقد علمنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وسلم حل لهذه الأمور. In short, whatever we encounter in this life, we should refer what we encounter to Allah and to His Messenger. It means to Quran and Sunnah. And Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam, he taught Sayyidina Ibn Abbas when he was very young. Ya ghulam, inni u'allimuka kalimat, احفظ الله يحفظك, احفظ الله تجده تجاهك, إذا سألت فاسأل الله, وإذا استعنت فاستعن بالله. The long hadith of Sayyidina Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sallam to his cousin Ibn Abbas when he was young. He said, إذا سألت فاسأل الله. If you ask Allah alone. إذا استعنت فاستعن بالله. If you seek help from Allah alone. So in this way, why should we go the long way and go wrong or deviate it? We should go straight and ask from Allah, who has everything in His hand. Whatever human beings have, it's only a little portion what Allah has. I mean, this is my comment. So don't listen to this certain sheikh says something. We listen to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what he said and follow.
Any other question? Okay, it's okay. I'll give it to you. He's got a question, and we'll give it to you.
My question is, are there different types of bid'ah, or it's just a bid'ah is a bid'ah, it doesn't matter what it is? هل هناك أنواع للبدع أو إنها ما يعني نقول أي شيء غير ما هو في السنة يعني أو يعني نعتبره كبدعة؟ والسؤال الآخر، إذا رفع الشخص يده عند الحلف بالله هل يجوز هذا الشيء أم لا؟ And if somebody raises his hand up during swearing, is that permissible or not? Next one.
بالنسبة للبدع تنقسم إلى قسمين: بدع مكفرة وبدع غير مكفرة. البدع المكفرة هي البدع التي فيها تكذيب لله عز وجل وتكذيب لرسوله صلى الله عليه وسلم. هذه البدع المشتملة على التكذيب كبدعة الجهمية وبدعة القدرية. بدعة الجهمية الذين كذبوا على الله وكذبوا على رسوله في أسماء الله وصفاته، ويقول الله عز وجل شيئا ويقولون غيره. يقول الله عز وجل: اتخذ الله إبراهيم خليلا، يقولون لم يتخذ الله إبراهيم خليلا. يقول الله عز وجل: كلم الله موسى تكليما، يقول ما كلم الله موسى تكليما. هذه بدعة مكفرة، بدعة مكفرة. فمن تلبس بها كالجهمية دخلوا في هذا النطاق. وأيضا القدرية الذين أيضا نفوا القدر وطعنوا في مشيئة الله عز وجل وغير ذلك من الأشياء التي تكلم فيها العلماء. الشاهد أن هذه بدعهم بدع مكفرة. ثم هناك بدع غير مكفرة، مثل البدع التي ليس فيها تكذيب لكن فيها نزوة وشهوة وهوى. كما قال العلماء مثلوا بالبدع المروانية يعني في عهد الدولة الأموية كانوا يأخرون الصلاة عن وقتها. كان ربما صلى الصلاة قبل الخطبة، حتى يعني خطب قبل الصلاة. كان ربما قدم الخطبة على الصلاة لأجل أن يسمع الناس الخطبة، لأنه كان إذا صلى ثم خطب لا يجلس الناس في الخطبة في العيد، فيضطر يقدم الخطبة على الصلاة حتى يجلس الناس ويسمعون. ويعني غير ذلك من الأشياء التي تعود إلى بعض الممارسات لأجل يعني شيء في النفس والهوى. فهذه بدع ولكنها لا تصل حد التكفير، تكون مكفرة، لكنها بدع تتفاوت في مراتبها ما بين القبح وما دون ذلك. هذا من حيث التقسيم الذي ذكرناه. من حيث تقسيم يقسمونها تقسيم آخر: بدع في العبادات وبدع في المعاملات. يقولون بدع في العبادات وبدع في المعاملات. وعلى كل حال فقط يختلف الأمثلة، وإلا هي بدع في الأشياء العملية. الأمثلة في العبادات: الصلاة، الزكاة، الحج، كذا عبادات. وفي المعاملات كالشروط التي يشترطها الناس أحيانا وهي ليست من شروط من الكتاب والسنة. يعني هذا فقط من باب التقسيم بالنسبة لي يعني البدعة لتوضيحها، وإلا فالبدعة بدعة. بهذه التقاسيم كلها بدعة، وكل بدعة ضلالة. لكن يتفاوت بعد ذلك هذه البدعة تتفاوت من حيث القبح وعدمه، ومن حيث التكفير وعدم التكفير، ومن هذه الحيثيات. نعم.
So the question was for the brother here: does bid'ah have is just bid'ah one, or does bid'ah have different categories? Like can we divide bid'ah up? And as the Sheikh mentioned, that bid'ah has two categories. One which is known as mukaffira, which is something that is kufr in essence. It's a bid'ah that is an act of kufr, and another bid'ah that is it's still a bid'ah, it's wrong, but it is not kufr. It is not kufr. So for the example is you have some people from the Jahmiyyah, for example, who change the verses or the ayat in the Quran. For example, they would say that even though Allah said in the Quran that He spoke to Musa, okay, they would say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala didn't speak to Musa, okay? And as well as Ibrahim, for example, they would say that even after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran that He took Ibrahim as a Khalil, like as a close ally and friend, that they would say no, He didn't do that, and they completely deny what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said in the Quran. And other people are like this, other people like the Qadariyah and so forth, who do have bid'ah that is an act of kufr. They have bid'ah which is an act of kufr.
However, the other type of bid'ah, which is غير مكفرة, it's a bid'ah, but it's not a bid'ah which is an act of kufr. But for example, people do it to follow their desires. Then this is another type of bid'ah. For example, this used to happen in the time of the Umayyads. For example, they would do certain things. For example, when there was the khutbah for Eid, for example, as we know in Islam, you do the Eid prayer first, and then you have the khutbah. But what they used to do is they used to put the khutbah Eid first and then pray. So people would listen, and they would listen to the khutbah, and they would listen to to them speak and give the khutbah. So they would put forward the khutbah before the prayer. And so these types of bid'ah, they're wrong, but they don't put a person out. They're not a bid'ah that causes a person to enter into, it's not a bid'ah which is a bid'ah of kufr. It's not a bid'ah which is a bid'ah of kufr. Just a second. And so another thing is if you want to clarify as well, is that the scholars have also put, just to make it easier, two types of bid'ah. One in the bid'ah of which comes into fiqh, the bid'ah of ibadah, for example, the way that you pray, the way that you fast, the way that you do certain things, right? Where some people may add things, or they may subtract things, or they might do extra things. This is also a bid'ah, and it's haram. And the other type of bid'ah is the bid'ah of the mu'amalat, like the things in your transactions of business. For example, your business transactions. For example, somebody will add a condition to a contract, for example, which is not in a contract in Islam. Or they'll remove a condition from a contract and say that this is part of Islam. Or they'll add it and say that this is part of Islam. So this is also a bid'ah, and it's also haram. Okay, so when we look into the matters of fiqh, that in both parts they're going to be haram. In the bid'ah, there's bid'ah in your worship, and there's also bid'ah in your transactions, because these transactions are from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They are rules set in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for example, for buying and for selling. So anyone who adds to this and says that this is from Allah, or says that this is something that we should do and it's not from Islam, has also committed a bid'ah. And obviously this is different. This is different because I know this. This is different to what other people think when they say, oh, this is a bid'ah. For example, the microphone or the phone. This is stuff in the dunya. Yeah, this is stuff in the dunya. Okay, this is something that obviously is halal. Something that is allowed. You use a microphone in the salah to call the adhan or what have you, or glasses or a recorder to listen to the Quran or something like a phone. This it's this is part of the dunya, and this is okay. This is okay to do. Oh, and
يعني عموما يعني هذه رفع اليد ما دام القسم هو بالله عز وجل، القسم هو بالله عز وجل. فقضية رفع اليد أو انخفاضها هذه قد تكون هيئة معينة تتخذ لإرهاب الشخص حتى يعظم الله عز وجل. فإذا قيل له ارفع يدك عند القسم، لكن أساس هذا الرفع من أين جاءت؟ أساسها من أين جاءت؟ هي لها قصة بس أنا بعيد العهد عنها. لها قصة في المجالس البريطانية وكذا أول ما جاء لها قصة هناك كان هم يرفعون يدهم، لكن أتحدث فيما لو رفع الإنسان يده بدون وهو خالي الذهن عن ذلك، فرفع يده وعدم رفع يد لا إشكال في هذا في الغالب. لكن إذا كانت مرتبطة بتلك القصة فهذا تشبه يدخل في التشبه. لا لماذا تتشبه بهم؟ أيوة. لكن ما هي قصتها؟ أنا الآن بعيد الذهن قد أتذكرها بعد قليل، لكن كانها قصة معينة في الرفع. بعد ذلك صار الناس يرفعون أيديهم وهم لا يدركون أساس القصة، فقط الخلف وجد السلف.
لا أدري مثلا هل في المحاكم العربية يطلب هذا الشيء؟
لا.
أو في القسمات الوزارية والأشياء هذه يطلبوا تطلق في بعض
لا نفس الشيء يا شيخ.
يقولون مثلا ارفع يدك على المصحف واكسر.
لا ليس هذا.
حتى يا شيخ اليد على المصحف اساسه من
هكذا
موجودة في الدول العربية موجودة. ضاعت على
خذوها من الدوراء على
ايوه لسه شايفها قبل الاسبوع الماضي في السودان.
انا اقول اذا خلى الذهن عن هذه الاشياء ويريد به التعظيم، فعندنا في الشرع التعظيم بنص الايه تحبسونهم بعد الصلاه ويقسمون الايه وقالوا يحلف فرعون قالوا كذا، هذا موجود عند الفقهاء من اول قبل ان ياتي برضا صح قبل. لكن اذا كان مرتبط بهذه فهذا يدخل في التشبيه، وهنا ناتي هذا التشبيه، هذا التشبيه حكمه كذا كذا. ايوه نعم.
So just quickly, the brother was asking about, again, we're going back to the same question about raising their hands when somebody makes, swears by Allah, or putting it on the mushaf, when they swear by Allah. The Sheikh was mentioning, he's heard of a story, he can't remember exactly where it's from, but, it was the British that sort of introduced this, into the Arab world of raising their hands when swearing by Allah or making an oath. And we also mentioned to him as well that the placing their hand on the mushaf as well is also something that's come from the Europeans as well, and something that Muslims have sort of taken from that. In any sense, he said if a person is doing this and he doesn't know and he doesn't believe that he's following these people, he's just doing it to make ta'zim, to show the importance of what he's doing, and he's not doing it to copy them. He's not doing it to copy them, but he's just doing it to show ta'zim. Then he says that this is okay. But if a person does it, raising their hand, putting his hand on the mushaf, for example, doing it to copy the people, but to copy the disbelievers, then this is something that there will be a problem with, because it's tashbih, it's imitating the disbelievers. Okay. Okay.
I'll say it every.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to say.
Yeah.
في قاعدة يا شيخ ذكروا الشيخ علي الشيخ آل الشيخ بالنسبة للتفريق بين الشيخ الأكبر والأصغر. كنت أريد أعرض قاعدة شوف أتعلم على. There's a principle that Sheikh Al Sheikh Saad Al Sheikh mentioned. نقل جزء من سنة from the regarding distinguishing between Sheikh Al-Asghar and Akbar, minor or major Sheikh. He said that الشرك الأصغر كل ذنب سماه الشارع شركا ولم يدعو درجة عبادة غير الله عز وجل. ولم هذه القاعدة صحيحة هذه.
ذكرت هذا بالشرح سمعتوني؟
Yeah, I mentioned that. I mentioned that. Yeah, it's anything that doesn't reach shirk, it's shirk, but it doesn't reach shirk al-akbar. Yeah. But it could lead to it.
We'll see.
Yeah.
هذه واحدة. السؤال الثاني يا شيخ، هل يمكن نقول أن الآية في آل عمران الله عز وجل ذكر أن يوم تبيض الوجوه وتسود الوجوه، يعني تفسير ابن عباس يوم تبيض
أهل السنة والبدع.
أهل السنة والبدع. هل يمكن نقول إن هذه السياق جاءت في البدع المكفرة، أما بالنسبة للوجوه تكتب بعد الموت، هل يمكن نقول إنه صحيح أن نقول غالب ما الصراع بين أهل السنة وأهل البدع السبب إنه كان بين ضد الذين جاءوا ببدع مكفرة.
نعم.
يمكن نقول هذا can we say that the majority of khilaf between the Salaf was against people who fall into bid'ah, takfir or mukaffira or bid'ah or tashkik
إذا نحتاج فقط إلى هذا الجزء خلاص ما عندي هذا السؤال.
أيوه.
طيب هو على كل حال ابن عباس رضي الله تعالى عنهما لما قال أهل السنة والبدعة هو طبعا يريد هنا البدعة التي ناسبت الآية كفرتم بعد إيمانكم، فالبدعة مكفرة لا شك، لكن هذا لا يعني أيضا أن أهل البدع الآخرين يسلمون، لا هم الحصة بقدر ما عندهم، الحصة بالحصة والكل بالكل، تمام؟ فهمتوا القصد هذا؟ يعني بقدر ما عندك من البدعة يكون نصيبك من يعني سداد الوجه أو نصيبك من غضب الله أو نصيبك من كذا، وبقدر ما عندك من البدعة المكفرة تكون مع الطائفة وهكذا. فمثل المؤمن المسلم بقدر ما عندهم التشبه بالعمل الكفار يكون نصيبه من هذا، وبقدر ما يخلص إيمانه يكون له الأمن والاهتداء يوم القيامة، أولئك لهم الأمن وهم مهتدون. فمن الناس من يلقى الله عز وجل بتوحيد خالص، ومنهم من يلقاه بالمعاصي، ومنهم من يلقاه بالبدع، يتفاوتون، كذلك أهل البدع يتفاوتون. فابن عباس لما قال أهل البدعة يقصد هؤلاء الذين في الآية، ومع هذا يدخل فيهم البدع أهل البدع الآخرين بقدر ما عندهم من المخالفة.
لكن هل يمكن نقول ان الصراع الاكبر هو بين هؤلاء من السلف؟
نعم.
هؤلاء الذين اتوا ببدع مكفره.
لا شك، ولكن لا نقصر على هذا. لماذا نقصره؟ لأن هذه البدع المكفرة أحيانا أساسها البدع الصغيرة. تأتي البدعة صغيرة فيسكت الناس عنها، ثم تكبر فيسكت الناس عنها، ثم تكبر حتى تصل. فإذا حاربنا الصغير لن يصل الكبير. ونحن نحارب. قد يقول قائل لماذا تحارب هذه البدعة صغيرة؟ نقول أحاربها حتى لا تصل النتيجة إلى ما هو.
وهدفي من هذا يا شيخ انه كثير من الناس يحاربون البدع العملية، يحاربون بنفس درجة يعني العنف التي حاربوا السلف البدع المكفرة.
لا هو لا، الوسيلة تختلف. ينبغي تختلف الوسيلة. لا تختلف الوسيلة. فصاحب البدعة الصغيرة وكذا يؤلف قلبه ويدعى بالحسنى، ويعني يفهم في هذا الأمر لماذا هي يعني مخالفة ولماذا هي كذا، ويحبب إلى السنة. هذا وأما صاحب البدع المكفرة فهذا تقام عليه الحجة، يناقش مناقشة. ولذلك قال الله عز وجل وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن. قال ادعوا إلى سبيل بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن. فصنف من الناس يدعى بالحسنى، وصنف آخر يحتاج إلى الموعظة، وصنف آخر يحتاج إلى الجدال، وثمة صنف رابع يحتاج إلى أن تغير حروف الجدال فيما بينها فتصبح جلاد. تكون جلاد. إذن هذا الجلاد لا يكون إلا في مرحلة أخيرة. أيوه. ولذلك قال الله عز وجل في أهل الكتاب قال ولا تجادلوا أهل الكتاب إلا بالتي هي أحسن إلا الذين ظلموا منهم. شوف، الظالم لا يجادل بالتي هي أحسن، الظالم يريد العناد، فهذا يحتاج إلى شيء آخر.
عملية جراحية.
عملية جراحية. بطة. نعم.
How far back do we have to go? So the brother mentioned a verse in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that on the day of judgment people come with white faces and people will come with dark faces or black faces. And there's a tafsir of Ibn Abbas that says that the people, you know, the difference between the people with white faces, you know, glowing faces, and the people with dark faces are the difference between Ahl al-Bid'ah and the people of Ahl al-Sunnah. Ahl al-Sunnah, of course, being the people with white faces, and the dark faces, the people of Bid'ah. So the brother, I think he was asking, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, what was the question? The question was, this ayah, Ibn Abbas,
Yeah.
you said that whose faces would be black, dark, the other Ahl Bid'ah.
Yeah.
Right? And I said, is it correct to say that he meant Ahl Bid'ah, the people who fall into Bid'ah Mukaffara? Okay. He said, yes, it's true. And he said that each one did.
So the brother asked, he said, he asked the question, he said, the people on that day when the faces are darkened, does that mean, what category of bid'ah does that come under? Does that come under the bid'ah of mukaffira or ghayr mukaffira? And the Sheikh mentioned that it doesn't necessarily mean it comes under bid'ah mukaffira, the bid'ah that is the type of kufr. However, you know, people on the day of judgment will come according to their deeds. Some people, depending on what they did, you know, they will be punished according to, you know, what they did and the sins that they committed and the level of the sins. And each person, you know, will have his punishment. In regards to the bid'ah ghayr mukaffira, we still, at the end, we can still say that all of these bid'ah, they do go to mukaffira, but the reason why we are firm on the people and we stop them and we restrict them from doing these other types of bid'ah that don't lead to mukaffira, because eventually they will lead to it. If nobody stops them and stops them from doing these other bid'ahs, which are also haram but not reach the level of kufr, then eventually they will reach the level of kufr. And that's why we have to be strong and firm on them, even with the ones that are not, with the ones that don't commit kufr, because they will eventually lead to the bid'ah of mukaffara. And then the Sheikh was, I think you asked a question about how to deal with them and how to, and you know, with people of bid'ah and the people that do actions of bid'ah, how do we deal with them and how should we approach those types of people? The Sheikh was mentioning that we do go there with good akhlaq and husn al-khulaq and with adab, and we try to guide them, except for those people who are obviously fighting us and that are oppressors and oppressive people. And as he mentioned in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned about talking to the people of Ahlul Kitab, that we go to them with with kindness, and we argue with them in a good way, except for the people who do oppression. Those who do oppression, for them is something else.
Assalamu alaikum.
What's your question? Sorry. What is one more question from the last section? Say it in Arabic first, then English?
Just say it in English.
Okay. So basically, two questions for bid'ah, okay? Number one, you mentioned that it's a bid'ah of kufr.
Yeah.
You didn't describe whether it takes you out of Islam or is it an act of kufr. Because there's acts of kufr of Islam which are not necessarily considered as taking you out of Islam. Yeah. So maybe clarify on this. Second one is there's also two types of innovations in the essence of somebody being called a mubtadi' and somebody just carrying on an act of
صاحب البدع. Yeah. So السؤال الأول البدع المكفرة هل يخرج صاحبها أو هل الإنسان هذا السؤال يجب يعرف أن فيه على الأفعال وعلى الأعمال الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أخبرنا أن بما يخرجك
هذا المكفرة قام الحج على صاحبه وإن أصاب خرج وإن لم يصب إذا أصاب يعني إذا أقامت الحجة وبان ما خرج هذا وإذا ما قامت على الحجة وهو يظن هذا ما قامت على الحجة هي مكفرة أجل مكفرة وصف توصف التكفير لكن لا نستطيع
So this will come into two people. The first, if the person has been warned, and what is known as the hujjah has been made upon him. 2 minutes?
Yes, 2 minutes.
The
female, they have.
And the hujjah has been made upon that person, like they've been told, don't do this, then this will take you out of Islam, and this is a thing of kufr, and don't do this, and then that person he doesn't agree, and he doesn't reform, and he keeps going with what he does, and then this person here he has done an action that can take him out of the fold of Islam. We don't call him a kafir. We don't make the takfir on him. But we know that what this person is doing, he's committed acts of kufr that can take him outside the fold of Islam, but we don't rule him to be a kafir. As for the second type of person, the person who doesn't know, then we can't accuse him of anything until the hujjah has been made upon him. Okay, until somebody has told him what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is wrong, and this is an act of kufr. Okay. And quickly, just the second question was about what's
الفرق بين المبتدع والصاحب البدع، الشخص الذي يفعل بدعة أو يعني الشخص الذي يشتغل بدعة أو الاسم المبتدع.
المبتدع داعي للبدع، يريد إلى البدع.
أيوه.
يريد إلى البدع. هذا ينكر على الإنكار مخالف، لكن الذي يدعو أنه بدعة ولا يدعو إليها هذا ممكن الصلاح خلفه. ممكن يكون معه صحوة، أما الذي يدعو إلى بدعته هذا ممكن أقصد أنه ولا.
Okay, Mazen. So the difference between a mubtada' and the sahib al-bid'ah, a person that's known as a mubtada' or a person that just does bid'ah, a mubtada' is a person who calls people to bid'ah. He calls people to it, like he's a da'i, like he's a sheikh, and he tells people to do this and to do this and to do that. That person there, this person we call him a mubtada', and for example, we don't pray behind him, we don't eat with him, we don't have anything to do with him, we distance ourselves from that person. However, if there's a person who just follows bid'ah and what he's thinking that he's doing is okay, then that person, you're allowed to sit with him, you're allowed to eat with him, you're allowed to pray behind him, you're allowed to, sort of take some sort of, companionship with him, to guide him and what have you. So that's the difference between a person that's a mubtada' and somebody who just does the bid'ah. A mubtada' is a person who calls people to bid'ah, and the person that's just a difference to a normal person who just follows this bid'ah but he doesn't know what he's doing is wrong. Okay? Go ahead, sister, quickly. We have 2 minutes left. We have 1 minute left.
Okay, 3 minutes to
I actually have 4 questions.
Okay, because the adhan is about 2 minutes away. The adhan is about 2 minutes away. So, yeah, as quick as you can.
Okay. Should I list them one by one or should I wait for an answer?
Go one, list them all, and I'll try to write them down very quickly and then ask them all at once.
Okay, question number 1. This relates back to saying like shirk al-asghar and saying things that would be shirk al-asghar. So we said that the key term is that it shouldn't, like if it involves taswiyah or sharaka, then it's shirk al-asghar. My question is, usually in books they have like a list of things, and we listed things in class today as well, but is there an exhaustive list of all the things we should be careful not to say? That's question number 1. Number 2, back in the West, a lot of people use the hadith of, towards the end of time, there will be people who say La ilaha illallah, but they don't know what it means. And a lot of people use that to justify just saying you're a Muslim and that's it, being a cultural Muslim and not being a religious or practicing Muslim. So could you please clarify that? Number 3 is the questions about, he said about bid'ah in mu'amalat. He gave examples for ibadat. I was just wondering if you can have examples for that. So is that, for example, like in marriage or something, when people say like you can't marry a second wife or something like that, would that be an example? Or other examples? And the last question, with respect to attributes and sifat, could you just very quickly, it was in the reading, quickly clarify just the Jahmiyyah, the Mu'tazila, and the Ash'ari, just their stances very quickly. Those are all the questions.
Okay, just okay.
Is there فيها يعني يوم تمنع عن شرك الأصغر هل يوجد ذكر كل شرك يمكن
حفظ منطقي صح صور جديدة بس ما هو
الثاني كثير من الناس يستخدمون الحديث